am I? Oh, hi, I'm here. Hello, everyone. I don't think I'm going to be working for too long today because I always say, oh, I got to keep my sleep schedule fixed, but hasn't been working. Hasn't been working as of late. Anyway, we'll see how long I work tonight. Who knows, maybe 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe 4 hours. We'll see what I can do, and we'll see what I can do in that time. Yeah, but I will be back to work tomorrow, do not fear. I wanted to get this video done by the end of this month, but it's not looking up, guys. It's not looking up. We'll see what happens. Anyway, let me put on music and let me get to work. Sorry, the music's gonna be quite quiet, probably. There we go. Work time. Hello? Freddy? Oh, Mary! Where's bobbing? I don't have bobbing. Why are you showing me Mary? Sorry, I've got a visitor. Oh! What? Freddy Fazbear just opened and closed my door. I live with 2 cats, but only Blueberry is my cat. No, Blueberry's not missing, she's just somewhere in the house. I saw Fantastic Four yesterday, by the way. I decided I'd have a break yesterday, and I watched it. And I thought, well, I wanted to see it because people were saying to see it. So I did. Sorry, I'm thinking about what to say. It was fun, but it wasn't as good as Superman. Like, it was a stupid, like, fun movie, but I think they really... Because here's the issue that I really have with it. Issue is in... It could have been good. I really liked the art direction of it. I liked the art direction of it, and I liked the directing of it. I liked that. It definitely felt more refreshing than the Marvel Cinematic slop like hole that we've been stuck in for quite a while. It felt more refreshing because there was clearly a bit more artistry behind it, as in there's more of a personality behind it, but the writing wasn't very good, and I feel like they didn't utilize the characters. Like, Mr. Fantastic barely stretched. He barely stretched. I was fucking waiting for Mr. Reed Richards to be a bit goofier and to stretch a bit more. He stretches like 2 times in the film. And it's like, I want to see him turning into shit. You know what I mean? I want to see him turning into a surfboard. Like that stupid cover from like the 60s or whatever the fuck that was. Like, because his stretchy powers make him look insane sometimes. And it's like, yeah, why did Galactus stretching him hurt him? That's exactly what I was thinking. And when I watched that, I turned to Brittany because I was watching it with her. But I don't want him to be Luffy because he does that. Hang on. This is literally what he does. Let me show you the image. The whole thing of Reed Richards is he's not normal. And in a fun way, he's not normal. Can it not take me to Reddit, please? Just show me the image on its own. Whatever, it's taking me to Reddit. I hate when it does this. Anyway, this is what I'm talking about. Can you see that? Also, Johnny's wearing a little slutty outfit here. Look, that's fucking him! That's him! He's being a surfboard for his beautiful wife. Hi, Brittany. Brittany, where's Blueberry? Where is Blueberry? I thought you were getting her for me. Thank you. But that's him. That's him. That's what he's supposed to be doing. He's meant to change into stupid shit. And in Marvel Rivals, he has, like, his form when he, like... Hang on. And this! Sorry, the quality is so bad. This is what he does in fucking Marvel Rivals when he wants to tank up. Look at him. He didn't do fucking any of that in the movie. And I'm like, what? Why isn't he stretching to, like, his capacity? Like, why isn't he being stupid? Brittany, I thought the exact same thing. I was upset. Of course I've seen the Johnny Doflamingo outfit. I was pissed. I was pissed watching it because he barely stretched, and I was like, what the hell? I want to see him do more shit, you know what I mean? I want to see him, Oh, bring her to me. Bring her to me. Egg! Hang on, wait. We have to show the... Bring her to me. Oh, I'd show it. Yeah, oh my god, puppy! What's going on? Ah! Hello, bobbing. Also, this is gonna sound... Oh my god! This is gonna sound so stupid. Is she gonna get out? Oh, Fantastic Four also had too many pregnancy shots. And I don't mean that in a way as in I am against pregnancy and I am against pregnant women. I mean that in a way as in Brittany couldn't see this. I mean this in a way as in some of the shots felt suspicious. And I was like, I feel like this is the writer's thinly veiled fetish when I was watching some of those shots. Some of them didn't feel right. Felt a little sus. Johnny was good. Johnny was actually one of the best parts of the movie. I just wish they got a different actor because I thought Johnny was meant to be like a pretty playboy or like a pretty boy, and the actor, in my personal opinion, wasn't exactly beautiful. But at the same time, I know that nothing probably would have satisfied me because Sorry, oh my god, not a playboy. I just always meant to be a pretty boy. But, at the same time, I know that I don't like real life men, and I probably would have just not found any choice to be good, I suppose. What is she doing? I think not even she knows what she's doing. Oh, blobbing. Are you upset because it's just not right, Blueberry? It's just not right. She's rolling away. Aww. Oh, rest. Is that okay, Bobby? She's not sure. Is that okay? No, she's it looks like she is, but she's quite stable. Aren't you? Hey? She's kind of upset. I can tell. I can tell. She's like, oh, I did not want to be here. Anyway, it was a fun movie, but I think Superman was better in regards to how much fun I had. And Galactus just didn't do enough. Like, bye, Aaron. I kept telling, I was telling my friend as we watched it, or after we watched it, that one of the big things about a superhero movie is the villain. The antagonist. They're like a huge part of it. And if your antagonist isn't like focused on to some extent, then you've kind of shat half the movie, right? Galactus needed more scenes. He needed more of him. I wanted to see less of my baby and more of Galactus going, give me the child. You know what I mean? More of Galactus talking about, fuck, I'm hungry. Like, I wanted more of that. But I didn't get much of that. And I was like, I want to know more about Galactus. What the fuck? Like, I want more focus on sorry. I want more of Galactus, so I was kind of upset. Look, she's just sitting back there. I don't know, Crash. I said it on Twitter. I didn't know that Galactus's powers were forced labor and baby lock-on X-ray vision. I had no idea those were his powers. I thought he just ate planets. But yeah, Reed's Mr. Fantastic was not silly enough because he's a fucking weirdo. Like, he's a weirdo. I know that much. And I was like, he's not weird enough. It feels like they tried to normify him, and then still try and call him like weird. Yeah, he's autistic. I mean that in a great way. I like weirdos. I'm a fucking weirdo. Like, I like him that he's a weirdo. And they didn't really let him be that. Actually, I was talking to this, Brittany and I, like, we gasped in the theater and then we got upset when the movie ended because there's a scene in the movie where Mrs. Invisible, his wife, says to him, like, he says, like, this is just how I am. And he says, like, sometimes I don't... she said, well, sometimes I don't like that you're you, or something. She says something like that. Sometimes I don't like you, or you shouldn't be you sometimes, or some shit like that, right? And she never apologized for that. She never apologized for saying that. And Brittany and I were like... Because we gasped because, like, imagine sometimes you being you hurts me. That's what she said. It was a wild fucking thing to say. Sometimes you being you hurts me. And it's like... Even if Mr. Fantastic or Reed Richards isn't canonically autistic, he's clearly got a metaphor and the traits, right? For autism and being autistic. So imagine that being the metaphor and you have a character that says, sometimes you being you hurts me. As if that's something that can be controlled, right? And then she never apologized for it. And that really, really pissed me off. That it's like, you were yelling at him that you being you hurts me as if this is something he can control. And I didn't like that. I didn't like that she didn't yeah, I literally said Superman wouldn't say that. Right. The plan was stupid. Also, I remember when I watched that movie, I was like, am I heartless? Because I get it. Just give up the damn baby. Like, just give up the fucking baby. All of Earth, one child, one newborn baby. I was like, that's a pretty good deal. Because you know what? That baby won't even remember it. It won't remember shit. I guess it's a super baby. But I was like, he doesn't even want to kill the baby either. He didn't want to kill it or anything. He just wanted to pass on his eternal hunger to the baby. It's a good deal. All of Earth for a newborn infant child that will not remember this shit. At least I think will not remember this shit. That's a pretty good fucking deal. Like, give up the baby, damn. Am I heartless? I don't know. Because it was like, oh, we got to get all of Earth's resources. Oh, everyone has to sacrifice, blah, blah, blah. If I were in that universe, I would be thinking, we wouldn't have to be doing fucking any of this if you just gave up a baby. But what do I know? Imagine says your husband says giving up your baby is a logical solution. It was. 7 billion lives or more for an infant child that wouldn't even be like killed in the deal. I think that's a fair cop. I think that's fair fucking enough. Oh, I love Silver Surfer, yeah. I'm not even baby murderer. Galactus didn't want to kill the kid. Galactus didn't want to kill the kid at all. Nor harm the kid in any way. Okay, child, you got a new daddy. See ya. Galactus is your dad now. Because you know what the Silver Surfer lady said? She said, if he were, like, able to think and make the choice, he'd make the choice. Like, and I'm like, yeah! You know what? He probably would. Babies are already hungry. That's the thing! He's not even trying to kill this baby or anything. He's not trying to harm the baby in any way. That newborn is a million fucking times smarter than Galactus. That newborn would have inherited Galactus's hunger and then figured out how to stop it. Apparently that newborn is like the smartest fucking thing on in the world. In the world. Apparently, right? Apparently that newborn is like a god or some shit. I am more than happy to give up this Nepo baby god child for the Earth. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Apartment hunt is going, I'll say that much. Galactus forcing labor was really funny. I feel like I was the only one befuddled about that in my theater. I would like turned like, forced labor? What? He can do that? Yeah, little Luffy, it's gotten out of hand. What did I think about Ben Grimm? Why did they remove his beautiful blind black wife? Is what I think about that. Because Brittany was telling me, and I remember that from the original movies, and she was super excited. And then the girl turned up and she was not blind. And she was also not a beautiful black woman. And I was like, Brittany and I looked at each other like, we went, huh? We went, what? Where is she? That sure was interesting. I'm excited for Doom though. I really like Doom. And I hope they don't fuck that up. I hope they actually focus on Doom the way they didn't focus on Galactus. Yeah, Tsubaki, but they've done it. You know what I mean? They did it once all the way back in like 2005 or whatever it was. I think they should keep that. I think that's a good iteration. Like she was only a black woman in that adaptation, and they can do it again, and then we can have two. You know what I mean? I just thought that was kind of cruel to take that. That friend that's too woke, I guess. I just want a Johnny that's attractive. I just want to, like, I mean, I don't know the actor, I don't know the guy, but I mean this with as much love and grace as possible. Every time I saw him on the screen, I thought he looks like he has something up his bum. And not in a good way. He just always looked like something was bothering him. Like, something never felt right every time I saw his face. And I was like, what's wrong with him? But I couldn't place it. Again, I'm not attracted to men. So, real life men. So, maybe I'd just never be satisfied, no matter who they picked. Because I just really... Also, that haircut was fucking atrocious. I hated it. It's too accurate! Do you see it? Hang on. I'm right. I'm right is the craziest thing. For some reason it won't let me, see this as its own image. Really? This is... Anyway. He just looks like there's something up there. I don't know. He just always had that face. Again, no beef to the guy. I don't know this guy. I don't know this guy personally. I don't even know anything about him. Why is it so hard to find images of him in the movie? Oh. This might be me, but I don't understand why people want One Piece to be this epic thing. It's plenty epic in its own way without Hollywood plot twists. But it is an epic thing. It's... Chibi, I know exactly what you're saying. Because they want it to be epic in the stereotypical cool way and not in its own way that it already is. I get what you're saying. Oh, this is a good image. Like, oh my god, this haircut is just atrocious. It just really, this is... I am not attracted to men. Like, is Brittany still here? Or is she not here anymore? Is this what... You know what's weird? I can see how Pedro Pascal is attractive. Even though I am not attracted to him. I can see how he's attractive. Really? This is an attractive man? I'm really lost. I don't know. I'm not, look, here's the thing, I'm not his demographic. I'm sure if this actor ever saw me talking about him, and if he ever does, I'm not your demographic, my guy. I'm sure you're doing very well without some stupid lesbian talking about you, but I just don't, I don't know. Every day I'm reminded that, yeah, I'm not attracted to men. Because I really don't understand. I don't know. I can see how Pedro Pascal is attractive though. I get that. Like, look at this guy's face. He just looks like he's always got something up there. He just does. I can't explain. The haircut is horrendous. It is absolutely horrendous. I'm not the audience, okay? I'm just not the audience. Never, ever, ever, ever get me to cast a pretty man, because I'm gonna be like, no one's good enough. I'm gonna be like, no one's good enough. Make it an animation, no one is good enough. Or I will cast a woman to play a pretty man. Which I think we need to do more. But hey, that's just me. No one can play Rayleigh. No one. There is not a single man on this earth that could play Rayleigh. Actually, no, there is one beautiful man. The grandpa from Midsommar. While I don't think he could play Rayleigh, he was a beautiful man. But I feel awful for him because he did not have a good time in show business. Because the grandpa from Midsommar basically created the Baishonen, which is just a beautiful man. Hang on, let me show you. Hang on, now I'm not sure. I'm trying to find an image of when he's an adult. And now I'm disturbed. Because the movie that I'm thinking of when he's portrayed as this beautiful boy, he was 16. And I don't like that. God, no wonder he said this shit ruined his life. You know what it is? I've realized what it is. It's the long hair. And the makeup as well. They put him in makeup. Howdy do, boys? Because I'm looking at him without long hair and without makeup. Okay, you know what? You get to see him when he's older. Look at this. You know what? That's a beautiful old man. That's a beautiful old man. Maybe he can play Rayleigh, actually. Maybe he is the best for that. I don't think anyone on this earth could play Rayleigh. But he's a beautiful old man. But it's the long hair. It's truly the long hair, because I have truly discovered I think the most attractive real life men are the ones with long hair. That's what I've discovered. The shorter a guy's hair is, the more upset I am. Like, and I hate talking about this because then you get guys that go, oh, we're looking after, like, the long hair, I can't, like, it just looks bad. Because you don't fucking look after it. Because you are not taught how to look after your long hair. We all grow long hair naturally. We all do. You just don't know how to look after it. I would have thrived in the days, in ye old days of when everyone had long hair. He's a beautiful old man. He's beautiful. It's really the long hair. It really is. Because I've seen him with short hair and I didn't like it. Okay, I think this is a photo of him in his 20s. Sorry, it's a bit pixely. It's not a very good photo. See? That's a beautiful boy. That's quite a pretty boy. It's the long hair. It is 100% the long hair. It really is the long hair. I'm sorry. I hate mask fashion. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I despise it. And this is why I'm like, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this. When are men gonna meet us in the middle and start wearing fashion outside of mask fashion? I'm just tired of it, guys. I'm tired of it. When will men slay? When will straight cis men slay? Because I'm telling you, the queer men, they're carrying it on their backs. They have the weight of the slay on their backs. It makes me tired. Why do you think I jumped for joy? Jumped for joy and scrummed when 40-year-old Sanji got long hair? Why do you think we all jumped for joy? We demanded it. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe Johnny's actor is attractive. Maybe I just absolutely hate that haircut and I can't look past it. Orlando Bloom is a really good example. He had long hair in 2 movies, Legolas, and I thought he was beautiful. And fella from Pirates of the Caribbean. That's true. All the fucking elves in Lord of the Rings looked beautiful, man or not. And it's probably because elves are supposed to look androgynous. They are supposed to be an androgynous looking fantasy race. God, it really is the long hair. It really is the long hair. It's the long hair, it is. Because I see like reels sometimes of just a guy living their life. And I think, that's a pretty man. Guess what? They always have long, beautiful hair. It's just the long hair. Sorry, I do think androgyny is probably the most attractive ever. Like, that's my opinion. I think androgynousness is peak form, honestly. That's why everyone loved Breath of the Wild Link. Because he's made to look androgynous, that's the point. And I have, like, the interview. They said that. They did that on purpose. Most things are kind of androgynous, but for Breath of the Wild, they aimed for it. They really aimed for it, and they succeeded. Anyway, Fantastic Four was okay. But I will not be seeing it again. That's to say Fantastic Four was mid. And Superman was definitely the much better out of the two. The much better. It was just a lot more fun. A lot more fun. That's what I mean. The artistic direction was just fantastic. No, I haven't seen the anime. I've not had the time. Unfortunately. She's playing with her tail. Can you see her in there? Bobbing! Bobbing! What are you doing? She's chasing her tail in the egg. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you glaring at me? Oh god. She's so cute. Ding 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 ding.
Howdy do, boys.
I mean, Crash, we barely talked about it. I just said Superman's the better film. Once again, I was the only one laughing in my theater. No one laughed when Mr. Fantastic kicked the orangutan off the tower. And no one laughed when Mr. Fantastic was stretched by Galactus and then dropped, and he dropped like a piece of paper, like a ripped piece of paper. Brittany and I were we were guffawing in that fucking theater when that happened. I don't know why that hurt him. I really don't know why that hurt him. I was confused in the theater. Because he wasn't even stretched that far either. That's the weirdest thing. I don't know if he has a limit, but he's definitely stretchier than that. By the way, you guys know I don't power scale, but I didn't know that part of power scaling was prep time. I didn't know that was a fucking thing. And I stand my ground that if the only way you have an argument for your character fight-wise is what's the prep time, you've already fucking lost. If your guy can lose against someone without prep time, or they need prep time, you've lost the argument. What's the prep time?
Howdy do, boys.
A fucking elite level athletic player does not need prep time to have to beat a fucking normie. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe if you gave the normie some prep time, maybe they'd be able to get to a point. But if you are arguing the only way that your guy can possibly win is with prep time, you've lost the argument. If you need prep time, your argument is lost. It's lost. Because I would just say, why do you need prep time? Why do you need that? You've lost. The fact that your guy needs prep time and mine doesn't, I've won the argument. I'm smarter than you. I didn't need prep time for that. Well, the Batman fans didn't like that one. Didn't like that one. Because here's what gets me. Like, unless you're a fucking supervillain and you're preparing to fight someone. Who the fuck is like, okay, fight at 3 p.m. on Saturday? Just give me some time. Like, you've lost, bitch. You've lost. Need to do some stretches. I don't like Batman, I'm sorry. I want to like him. Because the Yowie is good. I just can't, I don't have it in me. I just don't have it in me. I don't like billionaire characters. I don't like billionaire characters because it's like he's in a shithole, which is Gotham. Every problem in Gotham is systematic. All of these issues, a lot of them can be solved with maybe if we funded the fucking city better. And this billionaire is running around with a mask on going, I'm gonna beat mentally ill people up. I just don't fuck with that. Like, I don't fuck with that. Oh, my parents died. Yeah, Batman, your parents were fucking millionaires in a slum shithole. I think I know why your parents died. If I were in Gotham and I heard Bruce Wayne's parents died or the Waynes got shot, I'd be like, yeah! That's Luigi Mangione taking out the Waynes. Like, you know what I mean? In Gotham, in fucking slum shit Gotham, where these millionaires reside on top of the city of this fucking shithole. If I were a Gotham citizen and I found out the millionaire Waynes got killed, I'd be like, we did it, boys! We did it! Like, I just don't fuck with that. I think I like the villains. I don't know. It's just... He can't change the system by himself, but he can. He's a billionaire. Like, he can! He can! That's what gets me. He actually can! Majority, if not all problems in Gotham stem from poverty. They literally do. Like, there's lots of billionaires in Gotham. Then why is Batman not using his fucking billionaire funds to change more? Like, I'm sorry. And why is he adopting children and training them to be super soldiers? What is happening? Then stop being Batman. I don't know what Batman is doing for Gotham in regards to, he's a fucking billionaire. Like, why is he a rich superhero living in a slum shit town? The reason I like Spider-Man is because Spider-Man, this is literally all he can do. Spider-Man has been given this power. He will do the most he can, right? But Batman's power is being a billionaire, and I don't think he's using it well enough. I just don't like it. I'm sorry. He pisses me off. Sorry, I'm trying to... It doesn't... I don't know. Look, you can like Batman, okay? But you're never gonna convince me, I'm afraid. You can like him. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I just don't like the concept of rich billionaire character is beating up mentally ill poor people. I don't like Iron Man either. I don't like Iron Man either. No. Iron Man had a bit more of a story with that, where he was kind of a scumbag originally, and he was selling weapons to different countries. And he went, but I don't like billionaire super powered men. I just don't. I just don't like a good billionaire. I don't like that concept. Like, I really don't like that concept, because there is no such thing as an ethical billionaire. It doesn't exist. So maybe I'm thinking about it too hard. I don't like the concept of a good billionaire. I just don't. It makes me mad. I don't know much about Lex Luthor. My only thoughts about Lex Luthor was, why is he gay and bald? That's it. Yeah, Tony Stark realizes he's not a good guy, so then why didn't he stop being a billionaire? There's literally the story of one person, I forgot who he was. He was a millionaire. He made it onto like the richest people list, and he was mortified. And he donated a large majority of his funds, because he didn't ever want to be on that list again. So it's like, if these billionaires really thought, wow, I must reflect morally, they wouldn't be billionaires anymore. Like, they just wouldn't be billionaires anymore. Like, Tony Stark can fucking cure world hunger. Oh, my suit! I must put $1 million into my suit, and $100 million into my second suit. Fuck off! The corrupt system is in place because of money, because of the fucking wealth gap. Because of the disparity of wealth in the world. That's why we have these systematic problems majority of the time. I just don't like billionaires and millionaires as like super people and good people. I just don't like it. So why is Batman living in this huge fucking manor, adopting children, turning them into super soldiers, and not, like, basically doing more? Why is he still living in the Bat Manor? Like, you know what I mean? I just don't, I just don't like it. I don't like stories about ethical billionaires simply because there's no fucking way that's a thing. Look, you're talking to a Spider-Man fan, okay? I love Spider-Man for this reason. Because he's just a poor, jobless bum trying to do what he can with the only power he has. And Spider-Man, I am not expecting Spider-Man to be able to upend a corrupt system. Because he can't. He has no power to really be able to do that. I am expecting Mr. Bruce Wayne to do a bit more than just, I'm Batman. Like, I just can't. I'm sorry. But I wish I liked Batman. I wish I liked Bruce Wayne because the Yowie's really good. I don't know. I'm really anti-rich person. I'm really anti-millionaire and billionaire, I'm afraid. Do. Sorry, Bobby wants to leave. I know. All I know is if Batman were in the real world, if we had a Bruce Wayne Batman in the real world, and we found out that this guy that we're running around punching vigilantes, right, was actually a billionaire, I think majority of people would go, what a fucking loser. Oh! I think majority of people would not be on this fucking guy's side and be like, what? Like, imagine, like, you're in your home and you got robbed, and the robbery is probably happening because these people need money. Batman beats down your door, beats up the poor people, and you think, oh yay, Batman help me, and then you find out Batman's actually a millionaire billionaire. Motherfucker, you came in and broke my door and you didn't pay for shit. Those guys are robbing me because they need money. Now I need money. You're just gonna go in and beat someone up? Like, I don't know. The concept of rich man beating up poor person, I just don't like it. Superman is not a rich person. Superman was literally raised poor, like, or raised on a fucking farm in Arkansas or some shit. But I don't care that much. I just need you to know. I don't care, like, that much. Sorry, Kansas. Like, I don't care. I really don't care this much about, like, superpower stuff. I just never understood the Batman appeal. He's paying for people's health insurances. See, if he's a billionaire, why doesn't he just set up a medical hospital in Gotham where you don't have to pay for any medical care? And because he's a billionaire, he can fund all of that. Like, I don't know. I just... Yeah, he builds the hospitals. Do people have to pay for going into those hospitals and getting health? Like, do they have to pay for that? They don't? So he's setting up private hospitals where no one has to pay anything. He was doing that. Well, the problem is the writers, because if he's setting up hospitals where no one has to pay for any healthcare in these hospitals, because again, he's a billionaire. I don't think people understand how much a billionaire is. Then that's fucking great. But why is Gotham still so fucking shitty then? Like, if he seems to be doing this, he just shouldn't be Batman, is my thing. He can set up these hospitals, then why does he also have to be Batman? Like, I don't know, I just don't fuck with it. I don't fuck with a billionaire masquerading as a hero, or masquerading as trying to protect people and going out and punching people. I just don't like it. I really don't like it. All I know is in the real world, if we found out someone that was trying to be a hero is actually a billionaire, people would call him a loser. They not like him. Like, they wouldn't like him. People love Batman. They bounce on him crazy style, so I get it. But I'm just not into him. I'm never, ever, ever going to like a superhero that's rich. I'm just not. Like, my favorites are like Captain America, Spider-Man, I guess Superman, but I don't care that much. Captain America and Spider-Man, and they're kind of the same person. They're kind of the same thing, if you think about it. They'll never get me. They'll never get me. But, okay, now explain to me why he's adopting children and raising them to be soldiers. Can I get that explained to me? But he is. He's making Robins. And he, like, actively helps to train them. He gets orphans and then trains them. Why is he doing that? Why isn't he giving them, like, just a proper normal life? So they don't end up like him. So you don't put them in school, you train them to fight. Like, do you see what I mean? But they should... He's an adult! They are children! He can stop him from going with him. Do you see what I mean? Oh, the kid's just trying to come with me. I'm just gonna teach him how to fight. Put him in fucking school! Like... Send him to a boarding school or something. Like, you should not be training these children to fight with you on the streets. That's ridiculous. If they have tragedies similar to his, then why are you raising them to be a sidekick? Like, school in Gotham ? So you're telling me Batman, Bruce Wayne could make a school in Gotham, a very well educational institute in Gotham to send these orphans to, and he's not doing that. So why is he training them? I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. So why is he training these orphans to be fucking soldiers with him? Why is he doing that? Oh, well, the kids are following him. He's the adult in this situation. He can put a stop to it. But he's given them a mask. He's given them a cape. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. No, see, there's no argument that will convince me around the Robin situation. Because that's ridiculous. Like, that's a bit ridiculous. soccer practice. See, that's a billionaire should not be. Again, think about this in the real world. Imagine finding out a billionaire was doing that. Like, imagine. Like, it's just, I can't with it. Yeah, why doesn't he open a bat school? Also, oh, the buildings would explode. He's a billionaire. Why can't he have security in these buildings to a high degree? They'll explode anyway. So what? He's gonna put on his bat mask and then still not do anything about it because for some reason he just can't get the Joker down. Like... I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Damien was already trained for assassin work by his mom, so then you should be adopting Damien and then stopping him from doing assassin work instead of enabling it further to remove this child of any semblance of a childhood. Like, wasn't adopted. Okay, well then he still shouldn't be doing it. I don't know. I don't like that he's a billionaire. I don't like the way he treats children. Here's my thing. I think here's because I was talking to Brittany about this because we both have the same opinion of Batman. It's the way people treat Batman like he's a good guy. When I don't think he's supposed to be. I think he's kind of actually supposed to be fucked up. And I think that's the point. He is meant to be fucked up. I fuck with that. I much prefer Batman being seen as he's fucked up. And not... Oh, Batman's a good guy doing his best. I don't like seeing Batman as a hero. I don't think I'd call him that. Because to me, he's kind of a loser. He's a loser. He's got a jungle gym in his manor for the Robins to train. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like the music I'm using here. He's a bit better than a Vinsmoke because he's Judge Vinsmoke. I don't think I'd go that far. I don't think he's that bad. I just, again, it's the whole billionaire aspect that is too much for me. Billionaire aspect adopts kids to put on a mask and a cape. He loves his kids, but he does not treat them right. I just don't think he does. That's the point. Then maybe he should stop adopting children. Oh! I don't get it. I don't get it. Orphanages have to exist in Gotham, otherwise I don't know where Batman's getting these kids from. Unless he's getting pregnant. I wanna like Batman, I do. But I can't do it. I wanna like it for the Yowie so bad. Dead set on going down the path of violence. Okay, if I have a child and they are dead set on going down the path of taking drugs, you know what I'm not gonna do? Give them more drugs. Like, no, you're never gonna convince me. I'm sorry. He never did the right thing with those kids. The one thing he shouldn't have been doing was training them further. He should not have been doing that. What they needed was a happy, healthy, loving home. And not... Oh, okay, if you're just gonna be like this anyway, you know what I mean? For real, maybe he should have been sending them to fucking therapy. And if they're still gonna be doing this shit, send them to boarding school. Send them off to boarding school away from Gotham. Immediately. Send them to Australia. No Gotham. Send them to a boarding school. He's rich, he can do that. Take them away from the strife. Easy. So what happened? Why were they no longer at boarding school? Diplomatic incident? What the hell does that mean? What? What do you mean? Wait, I'm sorry. Did the United Nations tell Batman he had to bring his kid back to Gotham? What do you mean? Wait, hang on. Sorry, explain to me why this prince from another country made it so these kids couldn't go to boarding school? I'm sorry? Oh, hang on. What's going on? What? What's going on?
Howdy do, boys.
What? What? Why? What? Like, what is happening? Sorry. So why did this prince from another country stop this kid from going to boarding school? So, what, Batman adopted him because his money lost family? His family lost money. Why would you just not send him to another boarding school and get him a therapist? Sorry, what I'm hearing is Batman actually did not try very hard, I think. Because, guys, again, I'm going to be like, fine line in the sand. The answer was would never be, I'm just going to train this kid. That is not ever going to be the answer. I think boarding school was an option because what I'm hearing is his dad lost money. He got on the wrong side of the boarding school and got kicked out. Once again, it was a money problem. And who's the billionaire in this story? Like, do you see what I mean? Send him to another boarding school with proper therapists. I don't know. I don't get it. And hey, if the boarding school doesn't work, once again, if the boarding school doesn't work, somehow I do not think an option should be, okay, I'm just going to keep training this kid to fight crime. I just don't think that should ever be an option. Anyway, I'm sorry, I don't like rich superheroes. Yes, they're actively going there, but once again, your solution should not be, okay, I'll just train you like, that should not be the solution. The solution should be, I'm gonna stop you from going there. Batman is rich, he can stop these kids from doing this shit. Like, he can literally stop. He should be sending them away if it stops them from going somewhere dangerous. Yes, a boarding school on the other side of the world is a lot fucking safer than Gotham, where these kids are trying to get in on the action. It doesn't stop them, but it's better than training them. And if it doesn't stop them, then spend more money and figure out ways to stop them. Then he has to try harder, doesn't he? He's not trying hard enough. He just shouldn't be a dad. And then send him... Why is he sending him to France twice? Send him somewhere else. Like... Stop adopting these kids if you don't know how to look after them. It's just driving me mad. The look, fine line in the sand is the option was never, I'm gonna train these kids to fight. That is not an option. That should never have been an option. It should have never been an option to put these kids in a mask and a suit. That's never the option. The kids actively went into dangerous situations. Batman is rich. He can keep tabs on these kids properly so they don't get into dangerous situations. It just sounds like he's not trying hard enough. I just don't think... Or, how about this? He stops being Batman and actually raises these kids properly. What about that? How about he stops being Batman and actually looks after these kids? Crazy concept, right? Just a crazy concept. He does no. There's no option that should lead to, okay, these kids are gonna fight in the streets with me. That is not an option. Not an answer. DC World. So that doesn't make my point mute. He should just simply not be adopting these kids. It sounds like they get a target painted on their back because Bruce Wayne takes them in. And it's probably worse. I just don't know. I'm never gonna like rich superheroes. It's not gonna happen. Sounds to me like Jason just needed a happy, loving home and family that wasn't Batman and actually wanted to raise him. The only reason Batman is good is because of the Yowie. Shakes my head. It's badass. Do-do-do-do. Rage bait. I don't know. They'll never beat my goat Spider-Man. I know that much. Just know I feel the exact same way about Iron Man. I hate Iron Man. He pisses me off. So bad does he piss me off. Well, Spider-Man is a broke bum. That's why he's good. All this to say, I really don't care that much. I'm not arguing life or death here. I honestly do not care that much about these superheroes. The only Marvel stuff I paid attention to was Captain America, because I like Bucky. I like Bucky a whole lot. Now Bucky, there's a good story. And I know it's different in the comics, but I don't care. And I don't care because the comics aren't even linear. I've talked about this. Maybe I'd get into superhero comics if the comics weren't a fucking nightmare to get into. They are not user-friendly. I don't like them very much because I'm like, why are they everywhere? And why are things canon and non-canon and blah, 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 blah? Can they just be linear? I don't care. Like, every time people argue things about superhero comics, I always think, what are you even arguing? There's like a million fucking canons. Like, there's a million billion canons. What are we arguing for here? It's not like how you can argue One Piece and you can literally argue a linear story from A to B. You can't do that with superhero comics. They're just a mess. It's not good for my brain that wants to absorb every single piece of information about this thing that I am reading so I can talk about it and enjoy it in full. But if you are making a million different canons that changes these characters over multiple different comics, it's gonna make me fly into a fit of rage. And it's like, I don't even know what I'm arguing here, you know what I mean? Because I know they have a bunch of different writers for different comics, and then it's like... They change the characters all the time. Which is why it's like, I totally understand, as a One Piece fan, being upset when your piece of media is adapted and it's not, the fidelity is not treated with respect, or there is no fidelity. I get that, because that's how I feel about the live action and why I hate it so much. But when it comes to the comics, it's like, but they're everywhere. If anything has the ability to adapt to whatever the fuck they want, it's probably Marvel and DC. Like, because they're just everywhere. Explain the live action. We don't fight at the Baratier, sir. That's... yeah. That's about it. Mm-hmm. Tsubaki is about to go fight crime. That's what's about to happen. They're about to put on their bat mask. And adopt a kid. And train them. I'm sorry, Tsubaki. Have fun out there. There's nothing canon about the live action. Fucking nothing. I'm sorry. No one should be treating it as a canon. Oh, Oda worked on it. And yeah, so did a million other people. Oda's worked on tons of different things. We don't treat any of those as canon. At least we shouldn't, in my opinion. The only thing you should be treating as canon is the manga. And even the SBS is a half bet. Just the manga. Just treat the manga as the canon. It's that simple. But guys, the live action said Zoro's the first mate. He has to be. He has to be, guys. Oda worked on this. He worked on this. He has to be. Okay. Whatever you say, princess. The anime should be treated as a different canon to the manga. It should be. Every time I use arguments for anything regarding One Piece, I always use the manga. I never use anything else. Because why would I use anything else? They're not getting to the time skip. It's not gonna last past season 3. I'd be shocked if it did. I do not think it's gonna be like... I don't think it's gonna get past 3 seasons. I really don't. Because I think season 2 is going to actually receive a lot of criticism the way season 1 didn't. Because people were a bit too rose-colored glasses with it. And then season 3 will probably get it worse. And then I think that's it, they're gonna be done. Because I think the only reason the live action exists is to get Western fans into One Piece. And then the Wit remake will come out, and that'll be it. I think the only reason this live action exists is to be a stepping stone for people who are still not into One Piece yet. Because, like, I'll be honest, guys, once the Wit remake comes out, what is the point of the live action? What will it be here for? It just won't be there for anything. Noticing that we only hear what row. Hi, Dick, so small I piss on my balls. The live action is not ever gonna get him a fucking Oscar. It's not even a movie in an Oscar category. Sorry. Noticing that we only hear what Rox did instead of seeing it, and that we get a reminder to trust what we see and not hear with Harold Cypherpult. That's exactly what I'm saying. Dick so small I piss on my balls. That's why I don't believe anything we hear about Rox, because I'm like, we are literally always told in One Piece's world to believe what we see, not what we hear. Woof, my Photoshop is lagging big time. Oh, for God's sake. I'm shocked that some people think they're even going to get to the time skip, honestly. Like, why do you think that? Like, the second I saw this was a thing, I was like, they're not getting to the time skip. Like, I don't think they're going to get very far at all, honestly. And even if they did get to the so-called time skip, it's not going to be One Piece anymore, you know what I mean? It already barely is. What in the world is happening here? I'm so excited for the Wit remake. When are we getting a trailer for it? Fuck! I want to see it! No, I think the live action is honestly not that good of a show. And the reason I say this is because I think the writing is actually awful. And the reason I say the writing is awful is because it literally contradicts itself. Within the writing, I'll never get over this. There's literally a scene where Luffy is listening to Nojiko tell him about Nami. And then he leaves, and Nami, they have this scene when Nami says, "You don't know anything! You don't know anything!" And Luffy says, "You're right, I don't." Yeah, you fucking do. What? Why are you lying? Like, why the fuck are you lying? There are some writing choices in it that it's like they forgot that they wrote something. And then they added a scene directly from the manga, and it totally fucked up what they originally wrote. Like, it just feels like it feels like there was like a cross that didn't translate or something. And also, Usopp and Sanji were not characters. Again, this is not just, oh, they weren't Usopp and Sanji because they weren't. It was also, their writing was bad. Like, they were barely written as anything. Their writing was just bad. They were incredibly one-dimensional. They barely did anything, and they barely said anything, and they were barely characters. That's not good writing. Even if I were not into One Piece, I would have watched that and been like, so who were those guys? It's like when I watch K-pop Demon Hunters. And they had the Suja Boys. And I was expecting the Suja Boys to be characters. And only one of them was a character. And I went, oh. Okay, that's what it felt like. The showrunner is very vocally hating Fishman Island, and this is why you shouldn't get fans to direct things. You just shouldn't. I would much rather they gave the One Piece live action to a director or showrunner that has done plenty of work before and has their own style and reads up on One Piece. Because that's what you do. When you adapt something, guess what you do? You read what you're adapting. I would have much preferred if they got a director or a showrunner that didn't know anything about One Piece. They got the job. They had their own style. They are artistically fantastic regarding their own creative field. They read the East Blue from the start to finish of the East Blue, and they took it from there. I would have much rather preferred that. Because, like, a lot of people say, well, Mel, what would you have done? I wouldn't have made it, for one. And for two, if I did make it, I know I would have done some things wrong. And I would have done some things wrong because I focus on different parts. Like other fans focus on other areas of One Piece. I feel like directing One Piece or creating One Piece from a fresh pair of eyes who is not big in the fandom or big in the culture of One Piece would have been a lot better. Because I stand by that fans don't know what they want, and they don't know what they want. I think it's a lot better to, oh yeah, well my boomer parents enjoyed it too, because it's not a cartoon. Because here's the thing. The showrunners and directors are fans of One Piece. That's great, that's fantastic, but I don't agree with some of them. Like, the way some of their opinions of One Piece as fans, I don't agree with their opinions of One Piece as fans. As they probably wouldn't agree with mine, because this is what happens. There's fandom infighting, right? Yeah. Whoa, thank you, Kason. Like, you guys don't have to agree with everything I say. I'm not the fucking end-all be-all of One Piece content. Which is why I look at this live action with a lot of criticism, because it's like, this is still a fan making this, and this is still a fan with opinions that I don't agree with. It's that simple. It felt like a fan fiction on a screen to me. And that's why I didn't like it, because I didn't like this fan fiction. But again, you know, I'm overly critical. I know I'm overly critical, but I just hate what they did to the Baratier. I cannot stand it. They fucked up a lot, but the Baratier was... Syrup Village and Baratier... Who are these guys? I'll never get over Sanji telling Luffy his story Like Sanji would fucking do that, by the way, in that setting to a guy he barely knows. Just for Luffy to brush it off and say, okay, that's not me though. What the fuck? In the original, when Sanji was telling Luffy about the All Blue, Luffy sat there and listened and was like, wow, like that's incredible to hear. In the live action, Sanji told Luffy his whole traumatic backstory with Zeph, and Luffy went, okay, L plus ratio. I'm not that though. I'm not you. Like, what the fuck? Sanji wouldn't be telling him this shit. Not then, anyway. Not at that point. Because that's one of the whole things of Sanji is he kind of hides the shit he's gone through. He doesn't want to tell anyone the shit he's gone through because he's like, I shouldn't burden anyone with anything. Like, oh, I'm sorry, that really pissed me off. They used Sanji's story as a lesson for Luffy, and Luffy didn't take the lesson anyway. They literally removed Sanji's story from being about Sanji and made it about Luffy and Zoro with the Mihawk fight. How can I not be mad about that? How can that not piss me off? You've taken my favorite character's story and turned it into a lesson for Luffy that Luffy doesn't fucking, like, abide to or doesn't, like, take the lesson from anyway. How is that not going to infuriate me? In the original manga, Sanji's story was his own. It was about Sanji. It was why Sanji was doing what he was doing in that moment. Sanji wasn't trying to fucking teach anyone anything. He was literally just authentically existing, and we were understanding why he was doing the actions he was doing. Why did they turn his story into a lesson for Luffy? That's just such a cruel thing to do, in my opinion. I know that sounds crazy, but you have to remember Sanji's like my favorite character ever. Ever. Like, the Baratier is one of the things that truly hooked me to One Piece. It's truly something that made me fall in love with One Piece and Sanji, because it was way more than I ever expected it to be. And they took it and they crushed it into Zoro, Mihawk, Luffy, Nami Fest, when it's supposed to be about Sanji. Even the fight between Mihawk and Zoro involves Sanji. It involves Sanji watching, Sanji observing, Sanji admiring, Sanji being amazed at what he's seeing. And they even took that away. They even took that away. They didn't even show Sanji watching the fight. Why? Like, I just couldn't stand it. But whatever. I mean, look, it was already easy to tell that they'd fucked up Sanji because they didn't give him his curly eyebrow. I'll never forget, guys. I deserve compensation. And I deserve compensation because when this shit was first coming out, before we got any real episodes or any real footage, and all we got were the characters in their costumes or the actors in their costumes, I was like, where is his eyebrow? And the amount of people that got mad at me was insane. And they were like, oh, but it's too hard, it's too hard. I'm sorry, if a cosplayer on a $20 budget can make a curly Sanji eyebrow, this fucking $1 million production can do that. What are you talking about, right? Now people are asking where it is, because now people are realizing, actually, yeah, that is a fucking stupid thing to remove that. I couldn't believe it. People were telling me I was overreacting for asking where the eyebrow was. Sanji's curly eyebrow is iconic. It's literally probably the most iconic part of his character. If you look at an art and you can't tell it's Sanji or not, you know what you look at? The eyebrows. That's how you know if it's Sanji or not. That's literally the most iconic point, like, of his physical character design, and they took it from him. So Zoro gets to keep his green hair, which, mind you, it's not really relevant to any kind of story purpose in One Piece. But Sanji can't keep his curly eyebrow, which is canonically important to Sanji's story and what he does in One Piece, because it connects him to his brothers and his siblings, and it now changes when he mutates. Also, he gets nicknames all the time related to his curly eyebrow. It just doesn't make sense. They just wanted to take it from him. It's not my Sanji, guys. It's just not my Sanji. The turning down of the floating fucking sucked. I've talked about this before. I remember because I was watching all the interviews, and the showrunner said Sanji will be less of a simp. And I've always said this. I do not trust when a straight man uses the word simp. Because they don't mean simp in a way of a guy being unhealthily attached to a woman to the point that they are not, like, nice to the woman. They usually mean simp in the sense that a guy is just sweet and quite caring towards women. I hate when they use that. And when he used that word and said, oh, he's gonna be less of a simp, I was like, what? Because not only do I not like the way that term is used usually by men, Sanji is incredibly inoffensive in the beginning of One Piece, especially in Arlong Park. One of the reasons I fell in love with Sanji was because of his flirtatious nature that was over the top, ridiculous, and safe. You want to see the most he did in Arlong Park flirtation wise? This is the most he did flirtation-wise. This is not being a simp. This is being a hopeless romantic. He's spinning around Nami, love hearts, reciting, like, cringe poetry. This is a hopeless romantic. This is not a simp. This is not a creep. This is not a pervert. It's a stupid, love-struck fool. That's the point. He's just over the top. And hopeless. He's hopeless. That's what made me like him so much. Because not only is this, like, ridiculous and comedic and funny, but this is supposed to resemble shoujo. This is how shoujo princes are. This is not a pervert. This is how shoujo princes are, or how shoujo romanticism is. It's just over the top and ridiculous and sparkly and flowery, full of hearts. So when this guy said, oh, I'm not making him a simp anymore, I was like, but he... Like, I'd understand if you got to, let's say, Thriller Bark or Fishman Island, and you said, we're gonna make him less perverted. Okay, I get that, because there are points. Don't get me wrong, there are points. But they're very few and far between. They are very few and far between. They're honestly not there as much as people say they are. The most he does in Arlong Park, up to Arlong Park, is this. What the fuck is so wrong about this? This is just a hopeless fool. This is really cute and ridiculous and foolish. There's nothing creepy about this. And the best part of this as well is Nami sees how hopeless he is and uses it to her advantage. Because that's the point. She's an intelligent girl. She's an intelligent woman who will take what she can get, especially regarding money, and she'll use these fools. She'll use these fools. So they not only took away Sanji's hopeless romanticism, they took away Nami's intelligence and ability and devious nature to use these fools in this situation. Which is, I love Nami and Sanji's dynamic because it's symbiotic. Because Sanji loves serving women. He loves serving women. He loves being used by women. And Nami loves being served. She loves being served. She loves using these fools, but Sanji's special because she likes Sanji. Not in a romantic way. Sanji's just important to her as a crewmate. They have an incredibly sweet relationship in the sense that they feel safe around each other in that regard. Nami loves using Sanji and Sanji loves being used by Nami. And I love their dynamic because of that. You don't have to translate the hard eyes into live action, but they made him sleazy. They made him sleazy because he flirts like any fucking real life guy at a club flirts. And Nami was actively repulsed by his flirtation. How have you improved this character? You've actually made him uncomfortable. Like, you've made him uncomfortable now. But whatever. Oh, I love Sanji. I love him. I miss him, you know. I miss him. Oh, I miss him. Oops. Oops. He's so cute in the manga. He's literally pulling out a rose, spinning around, hard eyes, and he's going, "Oh, heavens and sea has brought such love and beauty before me." And it's like, what a fucking loser. Oh, what a loser. I love him. It's more bearable. And to those fans, I'd say, you don't understand. Like, he's meant to be hopeless. He's a hopeless romantic. He's not the bearable romantic. Like, again, there's perverted moments in, like, the time skip, Thriller Bark and Fishman. There are. I get it. That's not what we're talking about. He's a boy literally overflowing with love. He's bursting with love. He's not a sleazy flirt or just a normal flirt. He's not meant to be that. Sarah, get out of here. You don't piss me off. All I know is the only people I know that say, oh, they fixed Sanji were people that didn't like Sanji to begin with, or men. Those are the only people I know who say, oh, they fixed him. People who already didn't like him, and men. And that's how I know. They didn't fix him. You just didn't like him to begin with. Or if you did like him, you didn't like this part of him because you wanted him to be cooler. But he's not meant to be cool. He's meant to be as silly and stupid as well, with some cool moments. Don't piss me off. Like, Sanji is cool sometimes, but his natural state is not being cool. It's like Zoro. Zoro's cool sometimes. That is not his natural state. Exactly. A character with no flaws isn't interesting. The only thing the live action did right was when Luffy jumped out of the barrel and went, bah! That made me laugh! That made me laugh. I laughed. But no, it didn't do anything right, so to speak. The most it did was passable, I'd say. But even then, it didn't. The characters just were not the characters. I'll never forget when I was watching the first episode and Luffy sat down to make a plan. Are we hearing this, guys? Are we hearing this? First, East Blue Luffy sat down to make a plan. Are we seeing are you seeing what I'm laying down? Are you seeing what I'm putting down? It did feel like that, didn't it, Tsubaki? Because they made Zoro a bit of a brat, didn't they? And I was like, but there is a brat, but it's not really Zoro. Zoro has a brat moment once or twice, but not like that, you know what I mean? Zoro is not the buzzkill of the crew, not at all. You want to know how I know Zoro is not the buzzkill of the crew? You want to know how I know this? And this is very recent as well. This is an incredibly recent chapter to prove my point. To show you why Zoro is not the buzzkill of the crew. Are you on? He's not the buzzkill. He's logical when he needs to be, or sometimes he is. I even struggle to say he's always logical, but he's not the buzzkill. He is literally an enabler at times. He's no buzzkill. In this moment, Sanji's being the buzzkill. Because here's the thing, Zoro can be logical, he can. If there's a fight at hand, Zoro is usually, he just wants to get in on the action. The Colosseum in Dressrosa, he wanted to join that, even though it was a trap. He is no buzzkill. Him and Luffy are literally like Tweedledee and Tweedledum. They both enjoy a good fight. He's never been a buzzkill. He'll be serious when he needs to be, but so does everyone else. Everyone else on the crew is exactly the same. They will be serious when they need to be serious, but it is not at all the time. Yeah, Nami's not a buzzkill. She's just angry and scared all the time because she's not a monster like Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. Like, even in the recent chapter when she went to the castle, she wasn't going to the castle to stop them or, like, help them or to monitor them. She wanted money. And when there was no money, she fucking left. This is what pisses me off when people think Nami is also like, oh, she's so mature. Nami is just as selfish. Majority of the time when she's hitting Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji to not do something, specifically Luffy and Zoro, she's doing that because she doesn't want to fucking die or because she wants something. Hi, Sky. It's been a while. I honestly don't think there really is a buzzkill in the crew. I'd say currently the most level-headed in the crew would be Jinbei. But even then, Jinbei is still, like, having fun when he needs to. Or when he wants to. Jinbei's more so just confused than anything. But yeah, Zoro is as much of an enabler. Again, there's this idea of Zoro that he's like, whoa, don't do that. And it's like, the only time he's really done that was Water 7. And even then, that was a tense moment for all the crew. It's not like they're all going, whoopee, whoopee, whoopee. And he was like, stop. That was a fucked up moment for everybody. And I always bring it up that when the Usopp thing happened and he said, no, I'm not letting you bring Usopp back to the crew. Once again, they needed to agree with him on it. Because he was like, if you don't listen to me, I'll leave. And then Sanji was like, no, he is right. That's the only time you can really argue that he's a buzzkill. But again, he's not being a buzzkill because this was a tense moment for everybody. You're not really... There's no buzz to kill, you know what I mean? Usually when stupid shit is happening, Zoro is part of this stupid shit. He's not as serious as people think he is. But he's not serious! This is my argument. Zoro's not serious. He tries to be serious. He's actually not that serious. He's a guy that wants to be cool, but he isn't that cool. He has cool moments here and there, but he's truly not that serious. In fucking Wano, when he was walking around, he was doing fuck all and eating hot sushi that he couldn't even eat properly because it was too hot for him, and he was still eating it anyway. He's literally not that serious. It's a fandom misconception that he is this serious. Robin is more fucking serious than Zoro. Even Usopp is more serious than Zoro. I'm serious. Because Usopp is like, guys, we could die. And Zoro's like, get me in there. Like, he's not that serious. I think people get tricked because he has a serious face. But he's not that serious. Like, he's truly not that serious. I'm for real. I don't understand. Oh god, you're so right, Sarah. This is what gets me. People say he's so serious, he's so serious. Fishman Island, we see him for the first time after 2 years. How does he appear? He wanted to go fishing. He got on the wrong boat. He said to them, this is your fate because you, like, tried to kidnap me. And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? You got on the wrong boat. And then Zoro was like, oh, I got on the wrong boat. Explain to me how that's serious in any way. We are literally being introduced to this guy as, oh, he's still a dumbass. Like, he's still stupid. That was his introduction. Oh, he can cut a ship in half. Okay. But he's also still an idiot. Like, that's the point. He's never been that serious. The only time he has been that serious is Water 7. And once again, that seriousness was because everyone was tense. Serious characters still have gags. Yes, but that's part of his character being an idiot. You've got it the wrong way round. You seem to think Zoro's natural state is being serious and being stupid is a gag. I'm telling you that's wrong. I'm telling you it's the other way around. I'm telling you Zoro is sometimes serious, but majority of the time he's actually kind of stupid. It's the other way around. Again, he's serious when he needs to be, but his natural state is not being serious. This is like me saying Sanji's natural state is being serious just because he's got a few moments where he's serious. His gag is getting lost. Yeah, his gag is also not understanding basic concepts sometimes. He was literally told if you pop a bubble, bubble will pop. And then him and Luffy went to try and fight and pop this bubble anyway. And Chopper and Usopp had to knock them out. He's not very smart. Like, he's not a very smart guy. Like, I'm sorry, do you think this is just a gag? Or do you think this is also part of his character? This is not just a gag, he's literally just like that. Like, he's not that serious. I know this is hard for some people to hear because they have this perception of Zoro, and I'm telling you, that perception's not right. You've pushed something on him that he isn't. He looks serious, but he's not. That's the point of his character. That he actually is incredibly soft-hearted, and he is this stupid. He just tries not to be. Like, when I think of Zoro, I do not think... The image of Zoro in my head is not him, like, aura farming. The image of Zoro in my head is him slurping the fuck up some sake and falling asleep. That's my image of Zoro! My image of Zoro is him going, like... That's what he is to me, because he is that. Yeah, when he eats food. Like Dressrosa, right? The entirety of Dressrosa was Zoro being an idiot. The whole arc, Zoro was running around being lost. Like, he had that whole scene where he's like, oh, what can I do here? And he went through a 4-step plan just to end on, I'll just cut him. I once again ask, how is Zoro being serious his character? It's not his character. I can't find the page now, but there's literally a page where Kinemon and Zoro are trying to figure out how to get into the Colosseum because they know Luffy's in there. And then Kinemon's like, we can't cause a scene. And Zoro's like, okay, so I'll cut it. And Kinemon says, no, I said not cause a scene. And Zoro said, so we cut it quietly. He's an idiot! He's not a serious guy. Like, there's honestly, one of the gags with Zoro is that he has a good idea once every blue moon. That's one of the Zoro's gags. Because when he had the idea for the X on the arm, one of the gags there was Sanji saying, Honestly, I'm shocked you had this idea. He's deemed being serious because of how unserious the rest of the crew is. And guess what, champ? He's part of that. Do I need to show you that panel again that I showed you before? Do you need to see it one more time? This? I'm sorry, who's being unserious here? This is an incredibly recent panel. The one who's being serious in this panel is Sanji, saying, "You are enabling Luffy." Do you know what I mean? Zoro is equally unserious. Well then, you gotta tell your fellow Zoro heads, he's not that serious. You've been tricked. You are projecting a shonen stereotype onto Zoro that he isn't. Because I love Zoro. This is what I mean. I love Zoro. But I feel like I'm in fucking Looney Town when I talk about Zoro with some people. Because I'm like, who the fuck are you talking about? Like, I'm like, who are you talking about? Oops. It's not Zoro, that's for sure. I'm telling you, everyone thinks of that one Water 7 scene. And they think, that's it, that's Zoro. Forgetting that that scene is honestly quite rare. Like, that's like the only time he has done that. There is no other time that that has happened. And the only reason he did that is because what he is serious about is that they are a crew. He's very serious about the fact that they are a crew. They're not playing pirates. This is his crew. He's serious about that. But you know who else was serious about that? Starts with an S, ends with a G. Imagine if I used that single panel of Sanji kicking Luffy and saying, "Luffy, shut the fuck up. Think about what you're saying," using that single moment to say, "Sanji's always serious." That's what's happening. I'm telling you, that's what's happening. And then join me, my brother, my Sanji brother. I was gonna say, Zoro also wanted Usopp to come back. He was just in that moment the guy in the room that had to say what no one wanted to hear, but once again, I'll say it once again, he needed the crew's approval. And it was only when someone else spoke up, i.e. Sanji, that everyone went, fuck, he's got a point. Because they didn't want to listen to him. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. Once, just once, I'll have a proper conversation about Zoro. That isn't... He's an ore farming Chad. I'm so tired. He was being super emotional because he literally said, like, I'll leave the crew. Like, I think people forget about that. Actually, I do remember talking about that on Twitter once. And I said, if Zoro were as loyal as you guys say he is, which he is loyal, he's just not the most loyal. I'm sorry, I hate that whole loyal scaling. I think that goes besides the point of the Straw Hats. If he were, like, so loyal to the point you guys say he is, why did he threaten to leave the crew? And I remember someone said, when did he do that? And I showed the page of when he says to Luffy, if you do this, I'm leaving the crew. And I remember they went, oh, I forgot about that. And I'm like, yeah, I know you forgot about it. Because I remember that made me gasp when he said that. Subbing does grant access to the Patreon, but you have to be 18 or over. Hello, Flamingo. Also, again, Zoro's incredibly loyal. I just hate when people say Zoro's the most loyal, and it's like, no, he's just strong. They're all really loyal. Because you know what pisses me off? I talk about Sanji and Whole Cake Island, and I hate the way people don't also appreciate Sanji's loyalty, especially within Whole Cake Island and within that moment. Because Sanji is so loyal and is so desperate to get his crew to safety that he was willing to be abandoned by Luffy, to lose Luffy's respect, so Luffy and Nami would leave and leave him be so the Straw Hats will never be targeted. Yeah! I would sure fucking say that that is an insane sign of loyalty, that you are willing to lose your captain's respect without them knowing why, so you can get them to safety without them ever knowing, right? I think that's a huge sign of loyalty, but these guys don't see it like that, which is why it's really frustrating. Alright. Birch, I'm going to whisper you the Discord link. There you go. Water. The first time Zoro ever pulls Luffy out of the water is Skypiea, and it's with Sanji. Once again, this is a what's it called? The something effect? The Mandela effect. There's this Mandela... Actually, the anime amped it up a lot. It was Toei. It was Toei. In the manga, Zoro... The first time Zoro ever pulls Luffy out of the water in the manga is Skypiea, and I have the exact scene. Oh, this isn't the scene. This scene. This is the first time, to my knowledge, in the manga that he actually pulls Luffy out of the water. He's never done it before this. He's gone to help him when he thought he'd fall in the water, but he never did. The first person Shanks aside to save Luffy from the water was fucking Sanji! Sanji saved Luffy in the water in the Baratier. He saved Luffy from the water in Arlong Park. He saved Luffy from the water at Twin Capes, the lagoon situation. And then he saved Luffy from the water again in Skypiea. And from there, I can't remember if he has done it after that. I mean, oh, Alabasta! Sanji saved Luffy from the water in Alabasta as well! It's always Sanji! It was Sanji every time! So when I hear this thing of, oh, Zoro's always going to save him, I'm like, no the fuck he's not! Canonically, Zoro's only done that twice, I think. Which was Skypiea, which was a half because he did it with Sanji. And Punk Hazard. To my knowledge, those are the only two times he saved... Oh, and in Wano, Sanji was swimming in the water looking for him for ages. Looking for Luffy. So, like, I suppose. Like, that's a Toei effect and a Mandela effect that people think Zoro does that. He doesn't actually. It's nearly always Sanji. Now it's Jinbei. No, Zoro saves Luffy a few times from the water in the anime. But it's none of that's in the manga. I remember because when I was reading the manga, I was shocked. I was like... Every time Luffy fell in the water, and I was like, oh, Oh, Zoro didn't get him. Oh, Zoro didn't get him again. Oh, Zoro once again did not get him. And I was like, why is this a fandom idea? That Zoro's always the one saving him when... If you tally up the numbers, it's actually Sanji. I don't quite get that. Zoro saves Chopper from the water more than Luffy. Actually, that's canon. Usually, Zoro has Chopper on lock when it comes to getting him out of the water. Oh, I knew I had this video already downloaded. And of course, again, I always say this, one of the weirdest things of when I talk about this is some people think I hate him. Like, I hate Zoro, so I'm saying this because I'm like, grr, 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 and it's like, no, I'm saying this because it's not true. I'm saying this because this is a fandom idea that a lot of people think is true and it's not true. I'm just telling you the facts. The future, trust me, the video is going to be after my manga review video, which is going to be after this video. Now Jinbei's got the job of saving Luffy from the water. Zoro's serious. Zoro's smart. What else is there? Zoro's the first mate. Zoro's cruel. I want to say people think he's cruel and he's not. He can be a bit mean, like harsh, but he's definitely not like lethal. Zoro fights women. That's a huge misconception. Well, I wouldn't say Zoro hates women, but he does think they're weaker. Like, I don't think he hates them. That's mainly a joke, but he definitely thinks they are lesser than him strength-wise, because Punk Hazard proved that. That was the whole point of Punk Hazard. Person, this is an orangutan. Mama, it's incredibly fair because Punk Hazard is not just one example, it is literally the example that tells us this. And it's not only one example, but it's true, Zoro never fights women. The only one he ever fought was Kuina. And I can say this because Usopp has fought women, Luffy has fought women, Brook has fought women, Frankie to an extent, but that was a bit odd because that was fucking Senor Pink. That was strange. But all the men on he did not fight a woman at Whiskey Peak because he didn't actively go to slash her. The way Zoro fights is cut. All the women he fought on Whiskey Peak, he actively avoided to really hurt. He mainly took them out. But even then, he didn't cut them. Because the way Zoro fights is cutting and slicing. And that's what pissed Tashigi off. That he wasn't properly fighting. So no, Mama Mad Dog, he was not properly fighting those women. We see it. The most he does is like knock them unconscious with the back of his blade, with the hilt of his blade. That is not fighting them properly, is it? And I say that it is totally fair to use Punk Hazards as an example because it's written in there. This is not just me going, oh, what an observation. It's Tashigi and Monet saying to him, you don't want to fight women because you think we're weaker. And it's Zoro going, fine, okay, yes. Maybe that is the case. This is not just one example. This is like the written, spoken example that we are being shown. I think it's unfair to say, oh, that's only one example, because this is literally the example where Zoro openly says it. I'd get it if you're like, oh, well, it's like, you know, something that just passes. That's the whole point of Zoro's Monet fight, that he does have this weakness here, and he doesn't see women as warriors. And Tashigi's calling him out for it and calling him a pig for that. I think it's not fair to say, oh, he doesn't fight women. That's just one example. That's quite literally the point of that whole scene. We can't just remove this entire scene and what Tashigi and Monet say to him. He doesn't fight Big Mom. I checked. Go back and check the rooftop scene. He never touches her. The most he fights is her homies. He never touches Big Mom. That's like a huge point in my opinion. Where does Zoro openly say it? Punk Hazard. When Tashigi's talking to him. Tashigi says, you don't fight women properly. You don't see them as warriors. And Zoro says, yeah, okay, there are even things that I don't like to cut. Right? There are even things I don't like fighting. There are even things I don't like cutting. He doesn't like fighting women. And Tashigi says to him, you don't see us as warriors. You see us as weaker. And Zoro never denies it, and not only that, he then doesn't properly take out Monet, and Tashigi says, see, you can't even do that. Like, he's literally proving her point. This is not just one example. This is literally, we are showing that this is the case. We are being shown that this is the case. Because what, in my opinion, this is supposed to be a negative. In my opinion, this is supposed to represent. If Zoro doesn't start to change his views on this, he's gonna be in trouble in the future. Because Monet got away and nearly blew up the complex. Right? Monet got away and she nearly blew up everyone and killed everyone. And if Zoro had taken that fight seriously, that wouldn't have happened. It is 100% not just one scene. It is 100%. This is part of him. We've never, ever seen him actually properly fight a woman, ever. And I've seen Usopp do it, I've seen Chopper do it, I've seen Luffy do it. For God's sake, I've even seen Jinbei do it with Big Mom. Frankie's probably the only one. I've even brought this up in my Women One Piece video. Because here's the thing, when I bring this up, I'm not saying that Oda's presenting this side of Zoro as a positive thing. In my opinion, Oda is clearly presenting this as a negative thing. The women around Zoro are frustrated. Tashigi is frustrated. Monet is taking advantage of this. Zoro doesn't like it. He's frustrated that this is happening. So I think it is 100% supposed to be a negative representation. Oda isn't showing Zoro and going, yay, sexism! He's saying if Zoro wants to be a warrior, he needs to give everyone the equal ability to be a warrior. He can't only see one subset of the human race as warriors. Because I always say this, do you think Mihawk would hold back on a woman who's a swordsman? Or on a woman that sees themselves as a warrior? Do you think Mihawk would go soft on Monet? Right? Do you think he'd do that? No! He wouldn't do that. He also did catch Robert and say, she's a woman. And he explicitly is the only one that has really done that. Sanji aside. Like, you don't see Nami getting, like, hit or beat up by someone and then being caught by Luffy, Usopp, Jinbei, Brook, and going, she's a woman. Like, they don't do that. Only Sanji does that, and it's been addressed why Sanji is like this. I gotta get like a screaming thing for this. I think the only time you can take something in the manga and say, oh, I don't think that counts, I don't think that's fair, is when it's like a gag scene or a joke scene. I think that's the only time you could do it. But the Punk Hazard scene was an incredibly serious scene, and it was Zoro's main struggle within Punk Hazard. So it's like, that scene was, in my opinion, quite crucial to his issues. Here's the thing with Kuina, because I know a lot of people say, but Kuina, and I need you guys to think about this. Zoro was raised by Kuina's dad, Kushido, incredibly sexist man. However, Zoro had this idea that Kuina was above him, and I stand by that. Zoro was still a child. The way I see Zoro's past is sexism isn't natural. It's actually quite taught and programmed into a person. The way I see it is, imagine your idol who you think is better than you saying to you, Zoro, I'm a woman, you're a man, you're gonna be bigger and stronger than me. If you hear that as a child, and then you start being raised by the sexist dad of that, like, daughter, guess what's gonna happen to you? Whether you like it or not, you're going to internalize this, right? You're gonna maybe accidentally, subconsciously think this. This is how Zoro's being raised, whether we like it or not. Which is why I'm saying, I think this is supposed to be a negative, and I think this is supposed to be something Zoro needs to learn. He needs to get out of this mindset, and he needs to start treating everyone as a warrior if they believe they themselves to be a warrior. Because I think, this is why I think when I bring this up, I think a lot of people think I'm just saying, haha, Otis just made Zoro sexist, haha. And that is not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying I really do believe that Zoro's story is an idea of toxic masculinity, and is, if you are on the battlefield and you start having this prejudice for certain people on the battlefield, your life is at stake. Because Zoro isn't Sanji. Sanji will actively, consciously do this, not wanting to be a warrior, right? Sanji has a whole different deal to Zoro. Zoro, on the other hand, wants to be a master swordsman. He wants to be a warrior. He's actively holding himself back with this mindset. And I think that's the point. I really do think that's the point. But we'll see if Oda follows through on it. It really depends. Because I do think Tashigi is a huge wall for Zoro. Not just because she looks like Kuina, but because Tashigi embodies everything that Zoro hates about himself. Every time Tashigi is on screen and interacts with Zoro, she is always calling him out for something. She is always, like, calling him something, revealing something about him that he doesn't like about himself, or that he feels guilty for, right? That's why I think Tashigi, one of the reasons Tashigi exists, is because she literally is the walking embodiment of Zoro's guilt in so many different ways. And that's why she, like, it's fantastic when she's around Zoro, because she actively doesn't like him. Tashigi calls out Zoro's sexism. She literally calls out the fact that Zoro cannot go all out on a woman in a fight because she's a woman. That's one of the things that she calls out. And she does it again. For the first time they meet is Tashigi yelling at Zoro, are you being soft on me because I'm a woman? And Zoro's like, oh no, it's because you remind me of someone. And then Tashigi is like, what the fuck is your problem? I'm my own person. And you're projecting your fucking guilt or your trauma onto me and not seeing me as someone else, which is a fucked up thing to do. Sanji's reasons for not fighting women are totally different from Zoro's reasons. Because, again, let me explain it. Sanji got his reasons from Zeph. Zeph's reasons, we don't know Zeph's reasons. From what we know, it's because Zeph is like, well, you must be a gentleman. And you just must not hurt a lady. And it's like, oh, okay, obviously there's sexism in that, there's misogyny in that, don't get me wrong. But Sanji, like, does not think women are weaker than him. The reason Sanji doesn't fight women is because his father figure told him not to, and he would rather fucking die than ever go against what Zeph has told him not to do. It has nothing to do with a woman's own physical strength or a woman's own being. It's due to the fact that Sanji literally lives to serve and never wants to go against what his dad has told him, basically. Because Zeph literally said, I'll disown you if you do this. And Sanji was like, oh fuck, okay. And Sanji is like more than happy. I won't say more than happy, but he knows that this is a liability he has. He knows this is a weakness he has. But no matter what, he will never, ever, 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 ever fight against a woman. And while he didn't kick Big Mom, he blocked Big Mom. Oda even explained that. He didn't kick Big Mom at all. Because he saw Big Mom was punching and it looked like a kick, but Oda said no, he wasn't kicking her, he wasn't hurting her. It's just Big Mom is so big, the only way he could block her is by doing that. He didn't kick her at all. So yeah, even Oda has talked around that. But again, there's still misogyny in Sanji's character, okay? Don't get me wrong, there's still misogyny, there's still sexism, but the reason there's a difference here is because Sanji will never ever doubt the strength of these ladies. There's something so interesting that I love seeing is when Robin is being kidnapped by CP9 and Sanji says, how bizarre, Robin can definitely get out of this on her own. She's strong enough to get out of this on her own. What's she doing? And then Sanji goes, oh, maybe she wants me to save her. I.e., Sanji does not think women are weak. He does not think they're weak and he does not think they need saving. But if a woman asks to be saved, he will save her. Because he's a gentleman. This is how he works, right? But the reason I know Sanji's perception of women is totally different to Zoro's perception of women is because, again, I'm not saying this is the right and correct thing. Sanji's perception of women is treated as a good thing by the story and by Oda. We even have a scene in Eni's lobby where Sanji refuses to fight Khalifa and Nami is like actually impressed by Sanji's ability to stick to his principles no matter what. She's so impressed that she takes that fight on herself. But it's not like Sanji's going, no, Nami, you can't fight her. He's happy for women to take over his battles. He's more than happy for that to happen, right? But the story and Oda treats Sanji's inability to fight women as chivalry. Even Oda himself will say this is a chivalrous thing. This is a gentlemanly thing. Once again, it's still sexist. Oda's still a man. I'm not saying it's the correct thing to do. I'm saying this is how the story treats it. Zoro, on the other hand, it is not treated as a chivalrous thing. It is not treated as a gentleman thing. It is not even treated as a positive thing. It's treated as an insult. It's treated as an insult. Because we have a scene of Tashigi saying, what the fuck is your problem? You are supposed to be a fighter, a swordsman, and you are not fighting women who are warriors on the battlefield the same way you'd fight men. That's the difference. The story treats Sanji with chivalrous respect and treats Zoro's aspect with, what is wrong with you? This is not what you're supposed to be doing. And again, I always have to say, I'm not saying that that's correct. I'm just saying that this is how the story is writing them to be. So there you go. But by the way, I talk about this in my Women in One Piece video. I literally talk about this very thing. Oh, I'm gonna use the Sora Scream. I do think Zoro will have to fight Tashigi. Because again, Tashigi is everything he despises about himself. All his regrets, all his guilt. It's all bottled up in what Tashigi is. I don't think Tashigi would have to be possessed by Imu, because Tashigi as she is would fight Zoro. Like, she would. And I think that's better because of the conversations they would have. Imagine the talk they would have while fighting. It would just be brutal. Like, Tashigi doesn't like Zoro. She doesn't like him. Do. Anyway, again, it depends if Oda follows through. There is the ability for Zoro to have a fantastic story about overcoming ingrained taught sexism that he clearly has, and that the story has brought up. Tashigi in Punk Hazard has brought that up. This is now part of the story, actively, spokenly, written word for word into the story. This is not just me speculating. Oda has written a character that has said to Zoro, "You are sexist." So it depends if Oda follows through or not. We just have to wait and see. Because fun fact, the Punk Hazard scene is why I was thinking, is Zoro supposed to be an idea of toxic masculinity? Is he supposed to be the negatives of what happens to someone when they get trapped in this kind of mindset and behavior? Like, they get taught this. And I was thinking, oh, I don't know if I should give Oda that kind of credit because he's still a man, right? And he's still writing a shonen. Then the Punk Hazard scene happened. And my jaw dropped. And I went, oh, wait, I think I might be onto something. I think this might actually be the case. I think he is trying to address this. Birch, don't listen to Brig, they're a troll. Don't listen to them. I think the way Tashigi and Zoro could overcome this and have their dreams found together is if Zoro becomes someone that Tashigi respects to hold that sword. This is why I talk about the fact that Tashigi doesn't like Zoro. She doesn't like him, and she honestly probably does not respect him because she wants to take that sword from him. She said it again in Punk Hazard. That is what she will be doing. I think the only way for this to come back around and to help Tashigi achieve her dream is Zoro does become someone she respects. Zoro does become someone that she is happy to hold the sword. Because it's not just Tashigi wanting the swords, it's Tashigi doesn't want evil people or bad people to hold these swords. She basically wants to rehome these swords. Right? It's not that she just wants to collect them. She just wants the swords to have proper owners that can do right by them, right? That's why I think it's important that no, I don't think she does like Zoro. No, I don't think she sees Zoro in a good way, because she still wants to get that sword off him. And that to me indicates that she doesn't like this guy. And I think the only way that that can be fixed is if Zoro gains her respect. And I think that is very possible in the future for that to happen. Do. But we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. And you know what? That would also be a fantastic point to further push into the Marines need to be reformed. Because I'd love to see Tashigi be like, you know what? The Marines are not a proper place to execute justice using these legendary swords. That would be fucking awesome to see that. Yeah, the soda pop scene's still in here. Would Tashigi's end goal include Whitebeard's Nagatama? Well, probably, but again, the way Tashigi's end goal can be reached is her realizing that not all pirates are evil, and not every pirate is evilly holding their sword. I think her goal is very possible, because I think her goal just needs to be her mindset changing, honestly. Okay, 1096. Wrigley, why are you in a mood to fight tonight? Talk shit, get hit. Go in the corner. I'm gonna get my chocolate. I'll be back. I dropped my mask. I have news. I have news of the outside world. So basically, Blueberry's sleeping on a Sunji pillow. And when I say Sunji pillow, what I'm talking about is... it looks like this, but it's got Sunji on it. Now, obviously, I'm not grabbing the Sunji pillow because Blueberry's sleeping on it. But I just thought you guys should know. Right? And that surprises me because I thought Blueberry would prefer Zoro to Sunji. Because he smells... and he's big, and he's more gruff. But I guess she likes Sunji. I'm just surprised. I love these pillows. They feel like a cloud. Anyway, let me put this back out there. By the way, check this guy out. What do you think it is? Oh my god. Tripod for my phone. Because I haven't been filming shorts for quite a bit, as you guys probably have noticed. And I... And I went, you know what? I gotta do this right. I gotta get a proper phone pod. So yes, the shorts will be making a comeback soon. Again, it's just been busy. Oh, and here are my chockies. Only 4 of them. Lead. Boo, Garp, boo. I edited the wrong one. Oh, I miss Soji, man. I miss him. I miss him. Did I ever watch Oran High School Host Club? Who do you think you're talking to? Of course I watched Oran High School Host Club. It was my first ever online seeked out sub anime that I ever watched when I was like 10 or 11 years old. I can't remember. Of course I did. Do you know how much it pissed me off when I watched Oran High School Host Club? When I was a wee bab, and then I watched One Piece eons later, and I went, fuck, he's just like Tamaki. He being Sanji. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I keep saying, it's like, every character I watched before getting into, or everything I watched before getting into One Piece was like, preparing me to meet Sanji. I'm serious. It's like I was building up to meet Sanji, and then I finally met him. And I went, no. Piss me off. Number 2. Number 2. Tamaki. Blonde, French, hopeless romantic, a loser, cringe, daddy issues, loyal and to his mum and loves his mum. What do I do? And yes, Tamaki does get nosebleeds and does have some perverted moments as well. Because shonen is not the only place that has pervert jokes. It's also in shoujo. They're not as insane as like shonen. Like Tamaki's pervy moments are not as insane as Sanji's worst. But it still happens. And guess who was my favorite in Oran High School Host Club? My 2 favorites actually. I'll see if you can guess them. So Tamaki, obviously. Guess who my second favorite was? Let's do a vote. Wait, we need to do a vote. Alice, I'll set up the poll. I'll set up the poll. Mel's second fave all-round character. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, this is only a boys vote. Because I can't fit Haruhi in there, but I do love her. I just can't fit Haruhi in here. I was gonna put her in there, but I only have so many voting spots. Alright, 2 minutes, go. Vote away. I'm very curious to see if you guys can pin me down. I love Haruhi. I love her, okay? I really love her. I love everything she is. But I'm afraid it's about the boys. Sorry, the poll's on YouTube. Twitch. The poll's my second favorite character in Oran High School Host Club from the main bunch. And Doctor, why can't you vote? Damn, it's your problem. Big times. Hikaru was the one that liked Haruhi. Kaoru was the gay one. Alright. Wow, it's really divided. Now. Kaoru won. I mean, they're both gay as shit, but Kaoru, from what I know, was like the actual gay one. And I must say, good instinct, good insight. I can see that the people who voted Kaoru were really thinking about it. Okay? Kyoya, I'm shocked more of you didn't go for Kyoya. Honey, I don't understand who voted for Honey. Hikaru, I can see why most people didn't vote for him. And Mori, congratulations, it's Mori. Congratulations to the Mori voters. My second favorite was Mori. I loved him. Good fucking job. Whoever picked Mori, the 4 of you that picked Mori, you read me. You read me well. Honestly, Sabaki, I think that's why I'm surprised more people didn't go for Kyoya. Because I do like Kyoya. I enjoy him, just not as much as Mori. For those who voted Mori, why? Like, why did you think I'd like Mori? I don't know where the honey votes were coming from, honestly. Like, I just want to know. Like, how did you read me? What about Mori tipped you off that made you realize I probably like him? You picked Mori on instinct? Yeah, Narina. You're right. Yep. Outside stoicism and the inside softy. I love that shit. Hence why I like Zoro so much. Because it's similar to Zoro. Zoro's goofier than Mori, don't get me wrong. Like, he's sillier. But it's that same concept of scary looking on the outside, but actually a big soft sweetheart on the inside. I eat that shit up. Up! I love that shit. And I rewatched Oran High School Host Club recently. And I was like, oh, I forgot how much I like Mori. He's just sweet. I just like him. He also reminds me of Red from Pokemon, which is really funny because Red is really hardly a character, honestly. But the fandom is so like, rabid with Red that he has been formed into a character. And that's how I see him. He's like Mori. Oh yeah, they're very rabid. We love red Pokemon. When red and green were put in Sun and Moon, celebrations, cheers, parties were thrown all around. Why Honey? I don't know why people voted Honey. Someone said, is it because he's blonde? But Tamaki fills that role. I was surprised people guessed Honey. He's like Chopper. Yeah, but Chopper's not my second favorite, is he? You were thinking for yourselves and not for me. Honey's the little one. The little one that's actually scary. Honey's very funny. I like all the characters. I can see why Kaoru won that though. I can see why people guessed him. Because he definitely has that bratty personality. He was your least favorite? I didn't have a least favorite. I'm just full of love. Shiryu was only good when he got disgruntled. Not only good, but he was good when he got disgruntled. Like the whole episode of him being stuck in the mall. That is one of my favorite episodes. And he's like, doesn't have his wallet, doesn't have his phone. He's never been in a commoner's mall before, and he's like, I don't know what to fucking do. That was a good episode. When Kyoya is like, not, like, when he doesn't have a stick up his ass, he's really good. But I feel like we didn't see enough of him losing his shit. If he lost his shit more, I would... It's like Law. Because what made me realize I love Law so much is we see Law just losing it all the time. And he's like, I can't do this anymore! There wasn't enough of that for Kyoya. He needed to lose his shit a bit more. The water park episode was Mori. That was the Mori episode. And he was so nice and so sweet to Haruhi. Yeah, oh, I like the Yakuza dude a lot as well. He was good fun. I like the Yakuza dude and his shockingly beautiful boy best friend that like worked for him.
Howdy do, boys.
Tetsuya, his name is. So there was the Yakuza dude. For those who don't know the show, Ritsu. Oh, I like him a lot as well. He's up there as one of my favorites. This is the Yakuza dude. His name is Ritsu. Let me explain to those who haven't seen Iron High School Host Club. He's got one of the best stories. Look at him. Oh, so basically his whole thing is obviously he's in the Yakuza or his family's a Yakuza. And he looks scary. And because he looks scary, he can never make friends. So he goes to the Iron High School Host Club. Because he's like, I want to make friends. And he's like, they're all scared of me all the time. How do I be friends with people? I just look like this. And he ends up, he has to be taught how to be cute. But the ironic thing is, he's just cute. At least to me, he is. Because he's all flustered all the time. And he's like embarrassed and awkward all the time. Did the girls like him for the yaoi? Surprisingly, I didn't see much of that back in... Oh god, he's embarrassed because it reminds him of him. But nah, he was gorgeous. And then this was his boy best friend that like worked for his family because his family saved... Ritsu's family saved his family. And his name was I already forgot his name. Tetsuya was his name. This guy. What the fuck? He's beautiful! Like... When I saw this guy, I was like... But isn't the whole story that he always like had a friend? This was his friend? I've forgotten now. Yeah, Tetsuya. He's fucking beautiful. I was like, what the hell? They've got the most beautiful man working at his like house. Anyway. This is... Some of the show has not aged well, if you do end up watching it, anyone here. But majority of it is still so good. It's still so good, I'm afraid. You didn't remember he was a man? I remember because I was like, why is he beautiful? I come to the One Piece lady stream for One Piece. She's talking about gay shit for girls. Ew. But what are the fights in Oran like? What are the fights? Who low diffs who? Honey would low diff Zoro. That's true. I just remember one of my favorite episodes was when Honey's little brother fucking hated Honey, his big brother, and everyone was like, oh, that's so sad, that's so sad. And then we found out the reason he hated him wasn't because of any kind of like brother stuff or family stuff. It's because he thinks Honey is a fucking freak. Because he once woke up at night to see Honey eating 5 different cakes at 2 AM. And it scared the shit out of him. And Mori was like, no, Honey will let his little brother win. Because Honey's like humble and needs to let his little brother have this, and then Honey just beat the fuck out of his little brother. And Mori went, oh. It's really funny. Oh god, I love that show. It's a good watch. One of my favorite gags in the show, by the way, is there's a lot of gags about rich people and poor people, and it's like, as in like, rich people are fucking alien. They're really funny, but one of my favorite gags is, traditionally in manga, especially in like shoujo, when the Bishi character, so the attractive man, gets serious, they become more attractive, because it's like, oh, he's serious, you know? In Oran High School Host Club, when Tamaki gets serious, he turns ugly. When he's like thinking seriously, he gets drawn atrociously. And that's the gag. He's already so handsome that he can't be any more handsome, so he gets ugly. And it always cracked me up. I did read the manga for it as well, by the way, but I must say it's been a very long time. So I don't remember too much of it. I just remember it ended with Tamaki and Haruhi run away together, And all the girls were like, yay, yay, yay! And the Oran High School guys were like, wow, we're like surprised that you're in support of this. And the girls went, what, why? And they were like, well, because like Haruhi's a girl. And the girls went, what? We thought they were gay! I remember that. That was funny. I loved Haruhi's parents, her mum and dad. Because her dad was literally a bisexual androgynous drag queen. And her mum pegged. Like, her parents fucking rock. One of my favorite scenes is one of the very first episodes, where they take off Haruhi's glasses and they're like, oh, he's a cutie under there. And he's like, Tamaki's saying, everyone do this, do this, do this. And he says, Kyoya, call for someone. And Kyoya whips out his phone to call. And then he says, Mori, go get Haruhi contacts. And then Mori just runs. I don't know why that got me so bad. He just ran. He had like... Go run over there, you know? I can't explain it. The animation was... He wasn't in much of a hurry. He just kind of sauntered off. It was stupid. I just love Mori. So why did I cut this like that? What am I doing? You'd love to see Sanji as a host. He'd love nothing more than to entertain women. That's Tamaki. So Bucky and I talked about this last time. We're pretty sure that aspects of Tamaki were inspired by Sanji. Like 90% sure. They're nearly the same character. I don't know anything about Emma Frost. Also, I thought Emma Frost wasn't a superhero. I thought she was kind of self-serving. The other thing is, Sanji's more of a brat than Tamaki. Sanji's a real brat. Tamaki's a lot nicer than Sanji in the way he will be openly happy. Like, Sanji's incredibly kind. But with men especially, you know, Sanji is a tsundere. Tamaki's not a tsundere. I mean, Sanji easily gets bullied. It just depends by who, you know? And again, I know the Kamabaka scenes with Sanji are like controversial, and I know some people don't like them, but one of my absolute favorite scenes is this back and forth with Ivankov. Sorry, I'm not gonna cry, it makes me laugh so much. Just back and forth with Ivankov. And Ivankov is like, so this post is you. And he goes, no! And Ivankov goes, but you're a straw hat. He goes, yes! And Ivankov goes, so the post is you! And Sanji goes, no! And Ivankov is like, you're not a straw hat! So the post is not you! And then he goes, no! He like whines and falls over. He goes, no! And then he goes, okay, it's me. I'm the poster. And then Ivankov goes, it looks nothing like you. And Sanji goes, oh my god! He's like, then why'd you make me say it? It's so funny. That's one of the funniest fucking scenes. Where he, like, it's the way he, like, his voice broke. He went, no! And he, like, fell over. He was so upset. I love that scene to death. And when he says, I am a man made to love all the ladies, and all the Kamabaka candies went, boo! I know it's controversial, like all the scenes that he has, but there were so many scenes there that cracked me up. Because they were just all bullying him. He does deserve it. So this is you? No, but you're a straw hat. Yes. So this is you? No! Oh god, it was funny. I love Ivo and Sanji. They're such a good duo. Oh yeah, he throws himself on the floor because he's so fucking mad at Kinemon. Ah! Oh, I love Sanji. Fuck, he's such a little brat. Oh, I loved that. Because, like, he wanted to fight Kinemon, and Frankie was like, Sanji, that's just a head. And Sanji threw himself on the floor like... Oh, I love him. He's just so annoying. I'm sorry, he's so annoying. I adore him. I love when he has his little Sanji tantrums. Like, some of my favorite scenes of Sanji is when, like, for example, Nami says to Zeus, do you want to, like, be my servant? And then Sanji goes, I'm her #1 servant! Like, he's throwing a fucking fit. It's some of my favorite things he does when he just gets hot-headed. He becomes a brat, you know? It's essentially Sanji stomping his foot. And I love it. I love it more than anything. I've seen people use that. With the Sanji saying, can we buy that slave? I've seen that. And I've seen people go, oh, but he wanted to buy the slave. And it's like, what do you think he'd do? Like, people use that. But I do not believe Oda did him dirty. Because people are going under the assumption that he's saying that, like, let me get a slave. As if he wouldn't free that woman if they did buy her. You know what I mean? The only reason people look at that joke and think of it in a negative way is because they think Sanji wants a woman as a slave. No, the fuck he doesn't. Like... No, he doesn't. He would fucking buy her to free her because he thought she was beautiful. It had nothing, like, the only time I see people think that joke is a negative thing is they genuinely think Sanji would want a slave. A woman as a slave as well. And it's like, tell me quickly that you don't understand Sanji. Like, the joke there was clearly they only had enough money for Kami, and Sanji saw another beautiful woman and was like, what about her too? That's the fucking joke, not that he wants a slave. Like, what the hell? Because I've seen that used negatively before, and I'm like... no, he would never want that. I mean, it's a gag, but people legitimately use it as, like, a negative thing. And again, that is not a negative joke on Sanji's behalf. That's literally him being weak to women. Not him wanting to own a slave. He'd never own a slave, especially a woman. Like, come on. Because, like, this is the same guy who's saying to Stussy, can I be your dog? You seriously think? The same guy that's saying, I'm Nummy's servant. Like, and these people really think he'd want a woman as a slave? Are they fucking serious? Right, he's not evil. The reason I don't like the way people interpret that joke is because that also goes against, like, the themes and story like the characters of the Straw Hats. One Piece is very much anti-slavery. Even if you make a gag about, like Sanji wanting a slave, that still goes against what Oda's writing, right? Which is why I'm like, no, the way this is being interpreted by some people is incredibly wrong, because Oda wouldn't even joke about that, you know? The joke is literally they're there to buy Kami out and he's weak to women and he sees a beautiful woman and says, well, what about her too? Like, it's just, I'm sorry, I hate the way people take Sanji in bad faith like that. I mean, Oda's so careful with, like, how he perceives and shows slavery that Zeus and Rodo aren't even called Nami slaves, they're called her servants. And I know this because Stephen Poole talked about that. I'm not bald, but maybe I should be. So Bodhi's your favorite free time skip arc. That's so interesting. Look, those same people that think Sanji just wants to buy a slave, to have a slave, especially a woman as a slave, are the same people that thinks everything he does for women is because he's trying to get something. Like, he's not authentically nice to them. He wants a favor from them. And again, it's like, that is literally the opposite of Sanji's character. That is totally against who he is. God forbid a guy just likes women, you know? Flamingo loves Enies Lobby and those NPC bums from Enies Lobby. I'm joking! I'm joking! People tried to use Zoe against his character, saying he was into bestiality. See, that's on those people. Because that's a mink microaggression. Every time people try and use minks or being attracted to minks as a form of that's an animal, that's a mink microaggression. The minks literally tell the Straw Hats, we see humans as minks. You are the same as us. And the minks tell the Straw Hats, you guys are racist to us. We, on the other hand, think you are in the exact same species pool as us. Like, the minks literally see humans as one of them. They call them lesser minks because they don't have powers, like mink powers, but they literally see humans as them. So when people argue like, oh, such as like Sanji being attracted to like mink women, oh, bestiality, actually you're the problem, mate. You're the one that seems to think minks are animals when the story itself has told us no, minks and humans are the same. Sanji is actually just woke and progressive. Sanji just loves all women. Yeah, furry. It counts as furry, but hey, what's the problem with that? I like Pedro, after all. I only say this because there were some people that were shipping Law with Beppo, and a lot of people got really weird about it. Because, oh, Beppo's a bear, Beppo's a bear. Beppo is a fucking mink. A walking, talking, human thinking character who is fully grown. That is not an animal. Like, Beppo was literally getting bullied by Penguin and Shachi when Law first met him. Because they were bullying Beppo for being a mink. Like, what? But of course, this isn't me saying if you don't like Law and Beppo, you're weird. I'm just saying I remember seeing that and I was like, I'm not even like the biggest shipper of that, mind you. Because I don't think about Beppo that much. But the way I saw people arguing it was like, Beppo Beppo literally sees humans as minks. And humans are racist to minks. Even though minks like humans and see humans as one of their own. Like, what the fuck? Oh god, help me. I ate fish and chips today. Fish and chips, it was delicious. I just realized I had to convert that image and I forgot to. I struggle to say Sanji is the most criticized character in the series because here's what I've realized. If you like a character, you're going to see everything about that character, including criticisms. Because I can say I see it the most, but that's only because I'm in the majority of Sanji spaces. But anyone who's a fan of any character, especially Straw Hats, will say their character is the most criticized character. And in a sense, everyone is right. I see because here's the thing. I see many Sanji fans that also criticize the other Straw Hats to an insane degree. In the same way, I see other fans of Straw Hats criticize Sanji to an insane degree. Like, it's a circle. But if I were to put it to a vote of, like, statistics, I'd say the most criticized characters are probably Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper. And I want to say Nami as well, in a sense. But, like, they're all criticized to insane degrees. And if you're a fan of a character, you're going to see the most criticism of that character. Chopper gets the most criticism because everyone just forgets what he does. Because Chopper's time skip moments are not big fighting moments. They're usually medical, emotional moments. Because I always say this, Punk Hazard was literally a huge Chopper arc. And people just forget that. They just forget about that. Or when I remind people, Chopper is literally the reason they could navigate the mirror world in Whole Cake Island. Oh, and Chopper was also how they found Sanji when they didn't know where he was because he was with Carrot in the mirror world trying to find him. And Chopper is the reason they knew that they could communicate through the mirror world as well. And I remind people of this because they're like, what did Chopper even do? What did he even do in Whole Cake Island? I'm like, he literally opened up the mirror world to them. That was him. And then, of course, he had an incredible fight in Onigashima. Just incredible. Which was creating a vaccine on the spot in the middle of a war zone. That's my man, you know? Let's fucking go, Choppington. Chopperias Choppington. Wait. No, what is it? Anthony... Tanias Choppington, or whatever the fuck it is. Fuck, what's the meme? It's like Anthony Timothy Choppington or some shit. Anthony Antonio Helicopter. I don't like Helicopter, I prefer Choppington. Anthony Antonio Helicopter. Choppington's better. Chopper Choppington. Again, it's just because people are reading One Piece expecting it. Again, they're expecting it to function like the average shonen. And here's the thing, the same people that expect One Piece to function like the average shonen are the same people that complain about how it is not functioning like the average shonen. I've fucking noticed this. I've noticed this big time. Like, if you say, One Piece is not like your average shonen, people will be like, it's like any shonen. It's like any shonen. And then they complain about the factors that make it not like the average shonen. And then it's like, you were proving my point. Like, oh, Usopp doesn't get a big fight. Usopp doesn't get a big fight. Yeah, because Usopp's not meant to be that character, my guy. You're complaining about one of the factors that makes Usopp stand out in this genre. But same with Chopper. Chopper doesn't get those 1v1 fights anymore because that's not what he's meant to be doing, which is why I always stand by. Oda has gotten fantastic at writing fights around character only now, because Chopper's fight in Onigashima reflected who he was and his goals and his dreams, which was being the best doctor in the world. Like, he made a vaccine on the spot in the middle of a war zone. That's insane work! And he was so good at it that even Marco, Whitebeard's doctor, was like, holy fuck! This little guy's crazy! Kudaha would have been so proud. I gotta wipe my tear. Kudaha would be like, that's my son. Oh, God. The smile situation has been improved. Even Oda talked about that. Improved has been explained. Even Oda talked about that. The smile, they are not a sickness. Right? Smile fruits are not a sickness. They are not an illness. They are unfortunately something that is now part of you once you have it. Because, like, imagine extracting a devil fruit from someone's body. That's what the smile fruits are. In all honesty, the smile fruits are probably more like a disability than anything. That's why I talk about the smile fruit specifically, because when someone has a disability, you can try and find cures to help them. But at the end of the day, what will help someone who is disabled the most is helping and changing the world around them to be able to accompany them and help them. Which is why I always thought the point of the smile fruits in Wano was the reason these people were stuck in hell is because they had to smile through hell. Wano was horrible for them, but if Luffy saved Wano, and if Wano was brought into more prosperous times, having this smile fruit, while still tragic in of itself, wouldn't be as hellish as previously given. Because they were put on fake smiles, right? They put on fake smiles in poverty. But then as Wano is finally being healed, the smile fruits and the people with the smile fruits can live better lives because they can actually smile for reasons that they should be smiling for. He could have been shown to have a problem with it. I guess that much is true. But again, the kids situation, the giant kids in Punk Hazard situation is actively different to the smile fruits. And I say that because the kids in Punk Hazard were getting drugged. They were being given medicines and pills and drugs to change them. But the smile fruits functioned like devil fruits. Removing the smile fruits from people would be like trying to remove the gum gum from Luffy. Like, I think the issue is you're seeing the smile fruits as a sickness or as a medical condition when the smile fruits are like part of them once they are given these fake devil fruits. Which is why I do think the best course of action was saving Wano to try and improve the lives of these people that were forced to smile through hell. But Oda did explain it because I'm pretty sure he must have gotten tons of SBSs about it. But he talked about it. And I don't remember exactly what he said. But he said something about like, well, not everything is exactly a sickness or something. He said like the same thing I did, I think. But Oda's addressed it. He's talked about it. Is that what he said? He can't cure everything yet. Well, then maybe in the future Chopper will cure it. But for now, of course, saving Wano is better than the best thing they could have possibly fucking hoped for. Be out of under an horrible regime. So fully possible Chopper can come back and help them. And if that's the case, I guess Chopper should have been shown being disgruntled by it, but that was given more to Zoro than to Chopper. And of course, the reason that was given to Zoro is because they were grieving. And Zoro's got a very specific relationship with death and what that means to him. And that's why he was outraged and he couldn't deal with it. Actually, I love that scene. And I love that scene because of Zoro and Sanji obviously meeting again for ages. Right? Ages later. And he's like furious and enraged at what has happened to these people, and Sanji's going, what the fuck, calm down. Like, he's begging Zoro to calm down. He's like, why are you so angry? What is going on? I love that scene. Oh, yeah, we have stem cells. Victor, I do get it, but again, I guess Chopper just didn't see it, or maybe even got told about it. It would just require for her Oda to have included Chopper within the Smile Fruit scenario. And Wano was already very big. He gave the Smile Fruit situation to Killer and to Zoro. But he made Zoro aware of it again because it was meant to be about death. And how these people couldn't even grieve because of what happened to them. And again, that's a big deal for Zoro. Death and grieving is huge for him. Huge! So instead, Chopper got his medical moment in the Onigashima fight against Queen, as Queen created a virus. I just think Wano was already big, and I think Oda said, I just have to pick and choose here. But again, we'll see. Maybe they'll get healed in the future, who knows. But if they don't, I honestly think it should just be seen as a disability more than anything. Yeah, what is everything in One Piece is still relevant. Everything is still relevant. I mean, the issue is if he prioritized the Smile Fruits with Chopper over the Ice Oni virus, Chopper wouldn't have had anything to do in Onigashima. He gave Chopper's biggest moment to him in Onigashima because this is where everything was, like, this is where shit was hitting the fan. Like, he can help the Smile Fruit people, but what would he be doing in Onigashima then? You know what I mean? Where would he be? Just away from the battle? He still had to be part of this, and I think Oda did a fantastic job with that. Because he didn't want to give Chopper a fucking punch-to-punch fight, because that's not what he does. He could do both, but how? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, so I understand Chopper seeing the Smile Fruit and the Smile Fruits, but they are tracking down Samurai throughout Wano, and then he would have had to put a lot of focus on Chopper trying to develop this cure for the Smile Fruit people, and then we go to Onigashima And now he has to cure the... Like, do you know what I mean? I don't agree that he could have done both. I think that would have been too messy. Because he was already having to focus on the state of Wano. Right? He was already having to focus on the state of Wano, on the Straw Hats that we hadn't seen for years, mind you, because they were in Whole Cake Island. On Zoro meeting the samurai, mind you, because he had somewhat of a part in that. In Kid and Killer as well, in Kaido, in Orochi, in Odin. I disagree. I don't think he could have done both because it's too much. I just think it's a bit too much. I can see exactly why he's stuck with the ice Onis, and I think that was magnificent. I think the way he incorporated Chopper into Onigashima was fucking fantastic because it was Chopper's character. I am so happy that he did that instead of Chopper just fights. Chopper just physically fights. Because if Chopper wanted to develop a cure for the Smile Fruit people, he wouldn't have gone to Onigashima is the thing. That would have made less sense. Why the fuck would he go to Onigashima if he wants to stick back and make a vaccine for the Smile Fruit people? Like, you know what I mean? They're trying to help Wano all together when they go to Onigashima. Oh yeah, people were saying, why wasn't Sanji upset about, like, Wano starving? And it's like, they are literally fighting Kaido right now. What they are doing right now is trying to save Wano. So that's my point. Everything they were doing in Onigashima would ultimately help Wano for the better. So people were saying, why wasn't this happening with this character? Why wasn't this happening with this character? They were at Onigashima trying to help Wano. Like, all these complaints come around too. But if they beat Kaido and Orochi, this will ultimately make everyone's life in Wano a million times better. The Smile Fruit people can live a better life with this disability, even though they still have the disability, and there will be clean food and water to eat and drink. Like, it just felt like, why aren't we focusing more microscopically? And it's like, because it's about Wano as a whole, and it's always been about Wano as a whole, and Oda does need to pick and choose. He can't do both with these things. Otherwise, it would be too much. Because what people already say Wano was messy, so imagine if he did add all of that. Like, also imagine adding all of that after Whole Cake Island, where we got tons of Sanji, we got tons of Chopper, and now he focuses on Sanji and Chopper again. He did focus on Sanji again, mind you. He did it in Onigashima. Imagine if he did it in Wano and Onigashima, and it's like, why the fuck are we still talking about Sanji? I'd love that shit. I would have loved it, but I can tell people would be like, why are we still on Sanji? Zoro didn't visit Ryuno's grave is definitely worth the question. That one is crazy because he wrote that in. And it's like, why isn't he visiting his grave? Again, I'm holding out that maybe we're going to get a flashback of it. But if One Piece ends and we don't get a flashback of it, I'll happily say Oda forgot. I'll happily say he forgot. I mean, Chopper also had his moments with Big Mom as well. We'll see, Flamingo. But it is funny. Sorry, you liar. The raid suit was literally just there so Sanji could mutate. And you know what? Good soup. Good trauma soup. Zoro thought King was a fish man. Oh, my stupid King. King of fishman? Are you fucking stupid? Oh, that is so funny. Flies, has a beak, has no gills. Breathes fire, or has fire on, must be a fishman. What if Yamato is visiting Numa's grave? And the next cover story is graffiti on Numa's grave that says Zoro was here. I think that's a great way to address it. Oh shit, he did visit the grave. Zoro was here, it's with a Z. The Straw Hat with the worst artistic abilities is Luffy. I remember he fucking sucks at drawing. By God does he try though. It has spirit. Alright. I'll give you that one. It has spit. You know how I've talked about, actually I'll convert it first and then we'll talk about it. Today I had my hair tied back like this and my roommate came home and I was talking to Brittany. Aaron came home and he looked at me and he said, "You cut your hair?" And I said, "What?" He said, cut your hair? Hair short." And Brittany was like, "You were so stupid." my ponytail out. I went, no, mate. It's just tied back. He was baffled, befuddled by what he saw. Okay, what I was gonna say is, I know that the way Oda draws women, of course, isn't fantastic, and I do wish that he would have some more variation. But I will always say that his proportions are not as bad as people make it out to be. It's usually Toei that make it worse, because like this. She looks great. She looks fine and very proportional here. You know what I mean? The only thing is her legs are incredibly long, but Oda has a case of shoujo legs, and no one talks about that, by the way. But she looks great! Like, there's nothing, like, insane about her proportions here, in my opinion. Kuma's the one with the fucking wild proportions in this image. Or, like, in this area. No, I was gonna say, the issue with his designs is there's not much variation. That's exactly what I just said. There still needs to be variation, but it does bother me when people go like, oh, it's just the proportions are insane. And it's like, they're not. Like, they're honestly really not. It's just Toei has made it look horribly, horribly bad. It was horrible in Dressrosa. Like, it's insane to compare Viola and Dressrosa in the manga to the anime. She looks great in the manga. She really looks good in the manga. And in the anime, they fucking balloon popped her up. And it's like, hello? Because it's like, listen, I'm all for saying I do wish Oda would be better with his designs. I'm all for that. Can we just be accurate? Please? Can we talk about the fact that he just needs more variation? Personally, I see nothing wrong with this type of, like, design. I honestly don't. I don't know, maybe I'm just gay. Maybe I'm a gay lesbian, so I'm like, you know, slurping it up. But I never saw it as like such a problem. The biggest issue was just the variation to me. The faces I really don't mind, and the reason I don't mind the faces is because I've talked about this. Nearly all artists have same face syndrome. It's actually really rare to have artists that don't have same face syndrome, and I was talking to Goofy about this, and I was talking about how much this pisses me off. I don't know why Oda gets the brunt of same face syndromes when I can tell Oda's characters apart quite easily. Some characters in some anime in manga I cannot tell apart, and I've talked about this. Dragon Ball. I think Dragon Ball has one of the worst cases of same face syndrome I've ever seen, but when I talk about this, I have guys that are adamant that it doesn't. It fucking does. I don't know which one's Goku and which one's Vegeta sometimes. And a lot of the times, I think everyone is Goku or everyone is Vegeta. Like, I sent Goofy a video and I was like, I spent ages trying to figure out if this was Goku and Vegeta, and I found out it's neither of them. Hang on, I'm taking an image for you. This fucking guy, it was a reel that I got. And I was like, is this Goku or Vegeta? Apparently it's not fucking either of them. Only because you've seen it, right? But like, here's what I mean. I didn't have to see One Piece to be able to tell his characters apart. Yes, even the women. I knew who Nami was. I knew who Robin was. Robin and Nami do actually have different faces. Shocking, I know. I think the most confused people get is Boa and Robin, and okay, fair enough. But people can still tell his characters apart. You can tell because of skin color and hairstyle, but this is what I mean. Same face syndrome isn't the issue, it's not accessorizing. I think it's fine to have same face syndrome because these are artists that are making tons of different characters. I really don't think same face syndrome is the biggest issue people think it is, only because I've seen it all the time. You see it in nearly every piece of media you watch. There will be a case of same face syndrome, right? So you see that a lot in different media, and Oda gets the brunt of it simply because One Piece is very popular. But I find it quite hypocritical because it's like, this is in nearly everything we watch. Like, nearly everything we watch and everything we read that has like art, there's same face syndrome. It tends to be there. Only because artists will gravitate towards their most preferred faces, especially when they have to make a lot of them. Exactly, JoJo. JoJo's has insane same face syndrome. There's limited time to draw. Exactly it. And he's making how many fucking characters? I personally do not think his same face syndrome is a huge issue. You know why? Because he accessorizes his characters really well. And he gives them great personalities to be able to differentiate them. So long as you can accessorize your character well, I don't care. I've talked about this as well. Sailor Moon. Those are all the same fucking characters. They look all exactly the same. Like, be so fucking for real with me. They have the exact same faces. Look at this. Right? They all have the exact same face. They just have different colors. They just accessorize differently. And this is why when people go ba 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 same face syndrome, I'm like, fucking everyone has it. The best manga and anime, like, of our time, all, to an extent, have same face syndrome. But Oda gets the brunt of it. And I just think it's because he's got the most popular property. Which is insane because he honestly has some of the most noticeable and wacky character designs. Look, again, I'm all for, like, criticizing the guy. Don't get me wrong, One Piece is not perfect. I just don't like when it's, like, picking on this manga for this reason when they all do this. I just feel like it's not fair, you know? At least to me personally, I feel like it's not fair. Especially when I fucking see images of Dragon Ball and I'm like, they all look the fucking same! Dragon Ball has insane same face syndrome. It really does. Personally, to someone who has never, like, who has actually watched Dragon Ball but hasn't watched a lot of it, they all have the same face. They just do. They all, like, I thought for the longest time Yamcha was Goku. I thought that for the longest time. Because they look the same. Like, be so for with me? That's Goku! Like... It's got crazy same face syndrome. But whatever, what do I know? Dragon Ball fans get really, really upset when I say that. And I'm like, but he does, like, I personally do not think it's much of an issue. I think people are making it an issue. And it's like, I'm just saying that he has this. I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm just saying this is something artists have. But again, what do I know? Like, majority of yaois that I read have same face syndrome. All the twinks look the same. All the twinks look the same! All the tops look the same. I want to say the reason it's starting to be less accepted is because people are starting to lose an understanding of how much work this all is. Like, I think the understanding of creatives and creativity and this kind of work is starting to be less and less understood of, like, how much work this truly takes. Honestly. So I think it's like, why can't they just make different faces all the time? And it's like, because fucking no one can do that. Especially if you're an artist that is making a comic series. That's hard, because even Marvel, right? Even Marvel and DC Comics will have preferred face and body shapes. They all do. It's just, it's prominent everywhere. I just really think people are losing respect and understanding for how hard this work is. I wouldn't say Horikoshi has some diverse faces. I'd say it's similar to Oda in the sense he's got 1 or 2 diverse faces, but they still have same face syndrome. And he also has the cookie cutter style for the bodies as well. No, he's definitely still got it as well. Again, he just accessorizes his characters well. It's really about accessorizing your characters. If you can accessorize your characters, you can get away with same face syndrome. But again, it's just not an issue. I just really think it's such a non-issue. Dungeon Meshi did have body diversity. No, I'm looking at the girls from 1A, but they all have the exact same face shape. Like, the exact same face shape. The only one that doesn't is Uraraka. She's just a little bit rounder. Oh wait, that's the anime. Hang on. No, never mind. She's got the same. I'm talking about the shape of the face. They are the same. Here, I'm looking at them now. Also, same bodies as well. They're just tall or small. See? They have the same face shape. Honestly, the only one that doesn't, I think, is Furky, whatever her name is. But it's the same, like, head. Do you know what I mean? That's what I mean. And that's a symptom of same face. And again, it's not a problem. Because they've got it too. The boys have got it too. But it's just not a problem. I really don't think it's a problem. Oops. I mean everything around the face, but the facial features as well can be part of that. But the hair and the eye shape, right, is part of it because, like, again, Goku and Vegeta have the exact same face shape. It's just their eyes are different. And that's accessorizing. Because it's like Nami and Robin. Nami and Robin have the exact same face type, but they have totally different eyes and totally different noses, right? But of course, you wouldn't notice that as much because their hair is different. Because Nami's got light hair and Robin's got dark hair. But if you switch their faces around, you would then notice those differences. In fact, Oda's incredibly specific about Robin's nose. He's really specific about it. He's like talked about it in his notes. Robin has a very strong... That's why I always know it's Robin. Because her nose is very strong. And I like Robin's nose because he makes it very sharp and strong, and then he adds like a little, like, kind of hook at the end. Or is it like it's like a little bump that he adds into the point. I can't explain it. I gotta get Here we go, I can use this page. Wait, I think I have this downloaded. check that. Did she get her hair cut again? There we go. So I didn't want to use Reddit because Reddit doesn't open the image in its own tab and it really pisses me off. Here. That little like kind of bump up. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. But that little like bump up line part that he has on the nose there. He's very specific about that. It's like in his notes. You must always add that. And of course she does have her fox eyes. But when she widens her eyes, she loses her fox eyes a bit. I remember when this happened, the amount of people that got mad at this was just bizarre. Because they were like, where's her fox eyes? And it's like, they are literally still there. She's just happy right now, so her eyes are a little bit wider. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, she's so beautiful. I don't know why this image is so scuffed, but like here, see? Her eyes are still very much fox eyes. It's just she emotes sometimes. Crazy, I know. I thought it was Kiku, really? Is it because her hair was up? Don't get me wrong, Oda can still stand to improve. Like, I still want variation in the body types, but I just think complaining about the faces is like, this is such a non-issue to me. It's just a bit of a non-issue. Oh. Well, I think, look, one of the biggest issues that Oda has is he tends to give that type of body type to antagonists. But he will also give that type of body type to protagonists such as Kokoro, but then of course Kokoro gets made fun of the way Shinobu got made fun of. So again, it's like and then Shinobu got changed, and it's like, see, the issue is when he does vary the body types for women, it then kind of gets turned into a gag, and of course that's not very fun. But unfortunately that's just not just an Oda problem, that also tends to be I want to say a Japanese societal problem, because there are manga made by women that do the same thing. I'm not saying that it's not a problem that Oda does it. I'm saying that overall this is a societal problem that I want to say Japan has, but also a lot of people have. A lot of society, no matter where they are, have that ugly Betty Simpson problem. Yeah, it's common in the West too. It's not just a Japan thing, but again, it's that thing of like, yeah, look, I wish Oda were better about it. I obviously wish he were better about it. But it's happening to like every manga. Not that it makes that better, but it's just that we can't point at him and say, you specifically are the problem. Because unfortunately, he's not. Unfortunately, it's a bit more cultural than that. That's true. Dedun does exist. I do like Dedun. I love Dedun. That is so true. And Dedun is not made to be the butt of a joke for her appearance. Not in like any real harsh way. That's true. Dedun fucking rocks. Otis said Hancock and dark-haired women are the most difficult to draw. That's why on a lot of color spreads he sometimes doesn't include Robin. Because the dark hair is frustrating, apparently. And I bet he regrets making Luffy his protagonist with that hair. Because he's like, fuck. Alright, I gotta go. It's nearly 2 AM. Good work today, gang. Good work today, gang. Good hustle. Good hustle, good hustle. I will be going to bed. Oops. I will be going to bed. It is eep time. Let me get in my box that I love oh so much. Thank you everyone. I really appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow to continue streaming. I hope to see you there. And I will see you when I see you. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye. 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 Bye.